level or retain knowledge at a higher level or display some type of talent, or ability. And those people were literally handpicked. Yeshua, aka Jesus, was one of these students as well. If you read the Gospel of the Holy 12, you'll find that when he disappeared from the Bible, where did he go? He went to Egypt. I've taken many people to the actual bed that he slept in, which is still there in Egypt. It's a shrine now. And he was there learning the Egyptian mysteries. And this is well known, well documented. I mean, that was an apocryphal text that was left out of the Bible. He left there and went to Tibet to learn Reiki healing and Qigong and energy healing with his hands, and came down through India, learned the mystic arts. And then the Bible picks up at the age of 32, I called my son out of Egypt. That's what the Bible says. And he ends up riding it on the back of a donkey back in Jerusalem. So that's the loop that's missing out of their 12 to 32. That chunk is missing out in the Gospel of the Holy 12. Again, he also had the Mason knowledge. Now, the thing about knowledge is it can be used for good or it can be used for evil. You see, knowledge is just knowledge. If you have a gun and I have a car and you're trained on how to use a gun appropriately, which you are, right? Mm-hmm. Well, you know how to use it, when to use it, because your mind is clear. You're not going to use it on anybody just because you want to. You're actually trained to hit enemy targets or to save civilians, right? Don't shoot civilians. I have a car. I have no training. I'm using ignorant knowledge and I'm just angry. I can take my car and I can kill people just by driving my car right down the sidewalk. I can wipe out a ton of people. And you could be walking on that same sidewalk with a gun and you kill nobody. But you have the knowledge and I don't. So just a little bit of a metaphor there. Mm-hmm. It's nothing to do with the knowledge. It has to do with how it's applied. And so a lot of people have taken ancient wisdom and ancient knowledge when they discovered how powerful it was and how it can control masses of people and allow you to supersede them economically and everything else. And they decided to use it for darkness, for negativity, for power-hungry type struggles and so forth. And so we have a situation where, unfortunately, a lot of these secret societies, Skull and Crossbones and Illuminati and all these things that exist, they all stemmed from ancient mystery schools and then developed into these subordinate dark entities that are now running the planet with Thoth from the Emerald Tablets, he calls them the Dark Brothers.
Okay.
But all these people were Masons.
Interesting. So they're not good guys?
For the most part, not that good. Now, there are some that I actually personally know that are actually great people.
Okay.
Again, yin and yang, good and evil, exist throughout the entire universe. It permeates everything. Some people actually utilize it for the knowledge and the wisdom that it is and have kept it as secret and sacred knowledge. Some people that utilize it to find a way to put their boot on other people's necks, unfortunately. But that's just the universe we live in. There's this dichotomy of good and evil everywhere. But the ultimate force behind the highest level of Mason knowledge has to do with reclaiming our birthright to space travel. You see, in the ancient tablets, there was a situation where the Atlantean civilization had spread around the entire planet. Atlantis was built by these Anunnaki people, according to the ancient tablets, not according to me. And these families had factions and they were fighting each other. They went to war against each other many times. And in one case, this one faction or one side of the family came against another. And because they lost the battle, they were banished to be locked and stuck pretty much on Earth, and never to achieve space travel again. And so they were the original founders of this knowledge of masonry to hide the knowledge of space travel and advanced knowledge and wisdom and physics and everything else into stone buildings and stone structures. Over time, we have slowly regained our right to get back into space, and we now have done it. Obviously, in the last 100 years, we went from a horse, buggy, and carriage to putting remote control cars on Mars. We even have Voyager 1 and 2, which are about to head into interstellar space. So what does that mean? We found it out. In Florida, there's only one runway at the Space Coast. It's runway number 33. Why 33? It's a Mason symbol. Why 33 Mason symbol? Well, in order to travel in space, in order to break Earth's gravity, to get past what they call max Q and transition into outer space, you have to travel 33 times the speed of sound, or you will not get there, you see? Anything less, you fall back. You'll stall out and you'll actually crash. 33 times the speed of sound is required to get into space. And the whole thing behind why the number 33, it's all about reclaiming the birthright to be able to become a spacefaring race again.
Interesting. Let's move into, what are these ancient tablets? What caught your interest at the beginning? Why'd you start studying them?
Well, I had an experience when I was younger as a kid, which is, I'll cut the story short, but I had an experience in my backyard. I lived near a private airport, and I used to watch the airplanes go over my house. And this one day, this object went across the horizon that cleared the horizon in seconds, not minutes. And I knew that it wasn't a plane. It didn't have a cockpit, wings. It didn't have tail fin, none of that stuff. And it was completely silent, and it was like a silverish glowing metal. Then it came back much lower, and then it stopped dead smack over about now 200 meters, I can estimate now as a grown man. And then it went out the way it came in. And I went from that point. That's why I got into aerospace, research. I started getting all the Encyclopedia Britannicas, because this is back in 1977, on aerospace. Started studying from then, trying to find what I saw. Long story short, that led me into a whole nother realm, which then got me into ancient civilizations, which then I started seeing that these ancient civilizations were utilizing high technology. And I've been studying high tech. Well, how in the world did they have high tech back then? And my mother told me that in ancient times, there were people that were way more advanced than us on this planet that had everything you can possibly think of. She said they had the ability to fly from planet to planet. They lived on top of mountains. And everything she told me in the 70s, I started finding in these ancient texts. So the texts are the Enuma Elish and the Seven Tablets of Creation, the Atrahasis epic, the Code of Hammurabi, the Epic of Gilgamesh, which is the full and true story of Noah's Ark. Noah is actually Zazudra from the Sumerian tales. Later, his name was converted into Noah. And then you have there's so many tablets. I mean, there's just so many incredible tablets that are out there. And also some of these are like from the Mahabharata, the Bhagavad Gita, the Indian Vedas, which is a vast amount of wisdom and knowledge right there. The Mahabharata itself is a 10-book set that's all been translated already. And there's just so many other tablets that exist that you can get your hands on, and they're all translated. They've been translated since the 1800s. People think this Zachariah Sitchin was the only person that can translate tablets, and now he's dead, and he made it all up. No, he used existing translations, and he even gives you his sources in the back of all his books. He didn't translate anything. You can go to the UCLA CDLI Online Cuneiform Digital Library, say that fast 4 times, and you can drop virtual tablets into the translator and read them for yourself.
No kidding.
Yes. So everyone can read these tablets. You don't have to be a special expert like Billy Carson. Now everyone can read what's on these tablets and make up their own educated decision on what they believe happened in the ancient past. And what did happen, now with hundreds of authors writing about them, including myself, at some point in the ancient past, a race of people seemed to have landed on this planet and began to develop this planet as a breakaway civilization, and at some point engaged mankind. See, they didn't create us. We were already here. They talk about the fact in the epic of, in the Enuma Elish and the Atrahasis epic, they talk about, in 2 separate writings, by the way, that there was a being here and they wanted to get us to do the work for them. So they did something where they call adding their essence to us, which is some type of a genetic modification of sorts. Maybe our junk DNA is what they unplugged. But whatever it was, we ended up going to work for these people, and they found the first gold mine in exactly where it says on the tablets at Adam's Calendar in South Africa, and it's been dated now to 200,000 years old. Right when the tablet said the first gold mine happened, and people started working under the tutelage of these people. So it's pretty interesting stuff. And so these tablets, they pretty much encompass a lot of religious books, Quran, the Bible, a lot of Buddhist beliefs. Pretty much almost every religion that exists, a lot of the roots come from these ancient tablets. Even the whole creation of our solar system is in the Enuma Elish and the 7 Tablets of Creation, which matches perfectly to astrophysics books at universities. Think about that. We're talking about text that goes back tens of thousands of years. How can they be accurate down to the science? Talking about orbits, gravitational pulls, planets being captured by gravitational fields in the beginning stages of the creation of the solar system, because of the gravity being captured and thrown towards our sun and colliding with other planets, creating debris. I mean, the whole thing is right there, and you can almost watch a National Geographic Discovery series on it, and they'll tell you the same exact thing. It's all based on real science. They talk about orbits changing and shifting, how Neptune and Saturn shifted orbits, which is they teach you that in astrophysics in college. How did they know this? So all this knowledge is in these ancient tablets. And so I go to them because they're as close to the truth as we're possibly going to get. Like, if you want to get as close to the truth, you're not going to get to the truth, because still somebody wrote them. But man, there's so much information in there that matches up with real science, which is what I wrote in my book. It's like, it's crazy how accurate it is. And just why I go to the tablets first, because everything else to me is newer, and that's as ancient as you can get. I mean, the Emerald tablets are 36,000 years old. And that's like one of the oldest accounts of the Great Flood in history. It opens up talking about the flood and how the temples were coming up out of the mud and people were coming out of the caves, and that the hairy barbarians were there. In other words, they were at a high level of civilization prior to this flood, and so many generations had gone by, they had turned back into just basically, hunter-gatherers almost again. And Thoth talks about his father sending him there, and he gets in a ship and flies up into the sky until the earth disappears. And when he gets to the place appointed, he descends down on the land of Chem. That's Egypt before it was called Egypt. And he tells the people there that he's going to help them rebuild civilization. Rebuild, which means there already was a high-level golden age probably before this great flood. So these texts, man, they're just incredible. They have so much information in them. It's well worth taking a look at.
Yeah, definitely. Let's talk about ancient Egypt. I've been looking into a lot of, talking to Dr. Greer, we talk a lot about zero-point energy.
Yeah.
I've been looking into zero-point energy, free energy. I've been researching it, looking into the Nikola Tesla stuff, and it sounds like Nikola Tesla got his information somehow from ancient Egypt. A lot of people say that the pyramids were some type of a power plant.
Yes. Not all the pyramids, some of them. So some pyramids have different functions, right? So the Great Pyramid at Giza, for sure, a wireless power plant, amongst other things. It was a multifunctional stone computer and a wireless power plant. It was also a communications device. So if you look at old images or old pictures of the Great Pyramid area at Giza, you'll see that the Nile used to run right up alongside of those pyramids. Now it's meandered miles and miles away. One of the main reasons why they don't want you to know is there was an ancient war that happened. That war, that second war I told you about, that's why there's glass in the sands at the Giza Plateau. When you dig your hand in the sand, you'll pull up balls of glass. That's 3,000 degrees to create glass out of sand. That's weapons fire. And there's still evidence of weapons fire on the Bent Pyramid right out there at Giza as well, which I've documented many times. It's coming out in my new TV show. But nonetheless, the water would run underneath in these gigantic aquifers. The tubes for those aquifers are still there. Sometimes I've gone down in them. Even kids play around in them and everything. But when you have running water underneath magnetized crystal granite, which is what the base is made out of, you create something called physiostatic electricity. Then those ions rush up into the Grand Gallery area, and there were these resonating rods going up the Grand Gallery to the King's Chamber. Now the rods are gone, but the slots where the rods sat are still there. They can't take out the slots. The slots are embedded in the stone. Then also, when it got into the King's Chamber, he's surrounded by thousands of tons of magnetized crystal granite in a specialized box with a 2-to-1 ratio. Now, at some point, something happened where they had to install this extra box. It's a granite box that's inside the King's Chamber. People were saying, oh, this is a sarcophagus. I can't even lay in that thing. My knees have to be bent. It's not a sarcophagus. What it is, it's the same exact dimensions as the Ark of the Covenant. The Ark of the Covenant was a power plant device. We know this based on the descriptions in the Bible. And it's been replicated at 2 different universities by 2 different groups of people, and it generated so much power they had to shut it down, just based on the biblical information and instructions. When you take those measurements, it fits directly inside that box. And why did it fit in the box? Because the pyramid at some point had lost its ability to generate the maximum amount of power. And so that was needed to add an extra piece to fix the problem. And that's exactly what they did. Then the energy would shoot up through the apex. The obelisks are all made of crystal granite.
What do you mean the obelisk? What is that?
Those giant stones that stand up with the points at the top?
Okay.
Those are obelisks.
Okay.
They're all around the region. We have one at the White House, right? We have one in Rome in the center courtyard there. They took them and put them all around. The one in Washington is obviously it's man-made, but the other ones around the world are all come out of Egypt. But what's interesting is those obelisks, they capture the ambient electricity from the atmosphere. And then if you have something called a JED, it looks like a Tesla coil. I'll send you some photos of this stuff so you can utilize it. It looks like a Tesla coil, and it's all over Egypt. Everywhere you look in hieroglyphs, it's everywhere, and they have cables coming out of them, electric cables. They were connected to their electroplating devices, and anything else they needed, light bulbs, anything that needed electricity was connected to the jet. The jet would capture the ambient electricity from the obelisk. The obelisk were like electric wire poles in your neighborhood, basically, but just doing it all wirelessly. And by that method, they were able to transmit the wireless energy all around the region. And the jets would capture that energy, and they can power whatever they wanted. And so, now what's also interesting about the Great Pyramid, a small amount of that water would be pushed up into the pyramid and down into the Queen's Chamber. Now, the Queen's Chamber, when you analyze it and look at it, and look at the x-rays of it, you discover something interesting. It operates like an electrolysis machine. Why electrolysis? If you use electrolysis with running water, you can extract the hydrogen atoms out of the water, which is what we do in different types of engines that we have right now. The Navy has a ship that never has to come back for gas because it just takes the water from the ocean, extracts the hydrogen atoms, and pushes it into a chamber for engine combustion, and they run on hydrogen. They don't run on gas anymore. Matter of fact, that's the wave of the new future. We have Rolls-Royce developed an airplane engine that runs on hydrogen, and all the cars, including all the EVs, are going to go in the garbage can. All cars are going to be hydrogen-based in the next 10 years. Mark my word. Remember today. So what they were doing, though, they were utilizing it for what astrophysicists use it for, communication. Astrophysicists communicate and send information out into space to connect with ET or talk to ET on the hydrogen frequency, the most abundant frequency in the universe. Now, when you look at the Great Pyramid, it's got these giant shafts on the sides that align with Orion, Aldebaran, Arcturus, and all these other star systems on specific time frames, Sirius. And so what's happening is on specific alignments, they were transmitting on the hydrogen frequency updates, in my opinion, this is now my own hypothesis, updates to those star systems. Because why have those shafts pointed at star systems, and why have them have the capability of shooting hydrogen through those shafts? To me, it's a communications device, the same way we're using right now today in modern astrophysics.
What are we using in modern astrophysics?
We take the hydrogen frequency and we piggyback our data, zeros and ones, on it, and we send it out into space. Looking and hoping that another race of beings, I think that they already know who they're sending it to. They're just saying, we're hoping. I think they're communicating, but that's a whole nother podcast. But sending it out into space, that another race of people can pick it up and then decode the zeros and ones and decode the message, basically, and then transmit the information back on the same frequency.
What makes you think that they've already made communications?
Well, to me, just based on the advancement in sciences and what looks and appears to be of NASA as a front, the fake space agency, in other words, doing all the things that are already done in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s, and still utilizing those same techniques today, knowing that we know that they're 300 years ahead of us technologically. They meaning the private corporations. Well, why aren't we seeing any of that tech being used? So I just believe that, and I know this 300 years ahead from my private meetings. So I have a tech company called First Class Space Agency. And I was privy to a TS clearance for private space meetings at the Space Symposium in Colorado a few years ago. And in this room, I'm sitting there with some of the top tech companies in the world in space, travel, and also ancillary parts for space, like, radiation hardened computer circuits and everything else. And they're all talking about how advanced, they are. And the number is 300 years ahead of the general population. So if they're 300 years of the general population, 300 years ahead, then what in the world are we doing with chemical rockets going up into space and all this kind of crazy stuff? So to me, when they say that they're communicating, I say, let me extrapolate a little bit more. They're trying to communicate. Let me extrapolate. You are communicating. It's just the way I decode it is there's something going on. They've probably made some kind of a type of contact at some point because they keep transmitting nonstop, up and down, nonstop. There's even a dish on the moon that we transmit via laser information to every single week. Who are we talking to on the moon? This has been going on for decades. Why are we doing this? So you got to pay those people to do that, so it's costing money. So there's a reason for this. So my hypothesis is that they may be communicating with somebody already. But I do believe that's what the Great Pyramid was used for, power generation. And when I say other things, you can calculate based on the base size of the pyramid and the height and the size of most of the stones average, You can actually calculate a lot of things. You can calculate the distance of the Earth to the moon, the distance of the Earth to the sun. You can calculate the speed of the Earth on its own axis.
How can you, hold on, how can you calculate all this?
Well, when you take, I have all these calculations broken down, which have been analyzed by college professors, and they're blown away. I'll send you a sheet you can show on the screen for this, the breakdown of the mathematics, how to times and square all these numbers to come up with these calculations. You can calculate the tropical year, the sidereal year. You can calculate the speed of the Earth around the sun, the speed of the sun around the Milky Way. You can even calculate the speed of the Milky Way around the local cluster of galaxies that are out there. All this can be calculated by the construction. This is the brick masonry. This is the Freemasonry encoded into the Great Pyramid. This is the Mason information. It's all about astrophysics. It's all in there. It's all built into the pyramid, all in the construction process. Now think about that knowledge you have to have. You have to say, I want to have this, and this, and this, and I want to have it all built into the construction. Let me input this into my whatever kind of computer program they utilize to do this, and then it spits out this blueprint, and they build it according to that blueprint so that all this information is encoded in it at the same time it's being built.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. When it comes to, you had mentioned a little bit earlier that you think that all vehicles are going to go to hydrocarbon.
Oh, yeah. Hydrogen.
Correct? Hydrogen, excuse me.
The hydrogen atoms, yes.
Somebody already developed this.
Yeah.
And they're
Stan
no
Meyer.
longer here. Is that his name?
Stan Meyer. In the night, I remember watching that commercial live on TV as it aired on the news station, standing right next to my mom. That he drove this little buggy he built, run on water. You can go from New York to California on 1 gallon of gas. He said you can piss in it, you can spit in it, you can put snow in it. This guy was going in. And I was so amazed. I was like, this is crazy. This is incredible. Of course, he went to a restaurant where he met with some Pentagon officials, and then he ran outside and screamed, they poisoned me, and he died right there, right in front of his brother. And so at the time, they wanted to do away with it. We got to a point now where the world is fed up and tired of these pipelines and invading countries to take over their resources and trying to build pipelines through the middle of countries that don't want the pipeline. It's a big thing. It's a big, big problem right now, and it's driving economies up and down. It's causing billionaires to become millionaires. And when it starts affecting their pockets, something's got to change. So now we have this big push, right? This EV thing came. EVs still use what? They use gas. They still use fuel. Why? Because when you plug that car in, down the street, the power station is using oil to give you that electricity. And then the infrastructure will never be good enough to house, billions or millions of cars in the U.S. economy. It just won't happen. Just one hurricane in Florida, you'll see it'll be a nightmare because you won't be able to evacuate. Because when you get to about 100 miles away from your house, you got to turn around and go back home. And you can't get in a line to charge your car. The lines will be longer than gas lines.
Yeah.
So it's a nightmare waiting to happen. The push now is going to be all hydrogen. Everything will become hydrogen. All cars, EVs will die. The batteries are not recyclable. The cobalt and the lithium are made with forced child labor, right, in third world countries. Kids literally mining with their bare hands, pulling this ore out of the ground, getting caught in collapses and mine collapses and dying and everything else. All that's got to come to an end. All we need is for one rogue nation to take over one of these biggest lithium and cobalt mines and hold the world hostage for the cobalt and the lithium, and everything comes to an end, right? The prices will super skyrocket. There'll be a shortage of batteries in cars, and you can't recycle them because Elon Musk made it open source battery. So everyone who created a battery created them slightly different. There's no one mechanism or method to take these batteries apart and recycle them. So they're filling up in landfills by the thousands, and even in China, there's already millions of landfills, and they're more toxic for the environment than a regular old-fashioned engine, crankshaft.
Yeah.
So it's pretty dangerous stuff, and it's leaching into the water supply. We're drinking this poison and everything else. It's going to shorten our lifespans. They got to get away from that. They're going to go into hydrogen next.
Interesting. What do you think about? You had talked about those boxes of that produce energy.
Yeah.
Why do you think this hasn't been replicated?
Well, they have been replicated, but they've been what do you call it? Eminent domained by the government. A lot of people who create these incredible inventions, they don't go about it the right way. They think they're going to be able to patent these items, to patent these inventions, and then put them out and become a billionaire. That's their dream. Well, they're crazy. It's not going to happen. You have to do what Elon Musk did with the battery, right? With the Tesla battery. You have to make it open source and create an industry and just take your fair share of what comes your way. Don't try to become the king of this technology, so you can, 20 generations could be trillionaires. That's the wrong mindset. The right mindset is don't patent it, make it open source, release it to the world, let everybody develop it. Then who are they going to come kill? Everybody?
Yeah.
You see, my tech company, we're doing the same thing. We're doing everything open source. Our laboratory ended up closing down because of the whole global sickness thing that came. We were just getting ready to start it, fire it up. We had an astrophysicist, we had a quantum physicist, and an engineer. But now we're going to restart again in 2024 and redo the lab and get everything cranking up again. But every concept, every idea, every theory, everything we create is all going to be open source. We're not looking to become trillionaires off of a great idea. We're looking to free the world from its bonds. Mm-hmm. And when you go with that mindset, your abundance is going to be guaranteed because you're operating in the right frequency. You're doing things right. And so everything will be taken care of. All you have to do is just find a way to create these incredible technologies and release them to the world and let everybody have the schematics. And you'll find out that you'll still be able to eat. I guarantee you there's enough abundance for everyone to eat. But people think there's scarcity. There is no scarcity on this planet. It doesn't exist. This universe is abundant in every way you could think of.
I mean, with free energy, doesn't it kind of make the whatever currency you're using almost, I wouldn't say 100% irrelevant,
mm-hmm.
but
yeah.
It's
gonna help lead us and guide us into a brand new economy, which has to come at some point. We know that no empire can persist forever. Just read a history book. You'll see that. The Romans, they're gone too, right? Mm-hmm. And so there's this cycle where no matter how big you get, there's always this recycling, this cyclical civilization, rise and fall of governments and everything. It just happens. It's just part of life. And this economy that we're under right now, it will not persist forever. At some point, it will evolve. These technologies are developed and people are able to get access to free energy and clean water and even the playing field a little bit. I think that the economy will shift. Global economies will completely shift out of what we have right now, where we have a small amount of people. We have less than 100 families controlling 8 billion people. Think about that. 8 billion people being controlled by less than 100 families. This is why the aliens don't talk to us directly. Think about it. If I'm a super advanced race, I'm a class, a type 3 civilization or type 2 civilization, and I fly by and I look at the Earth and I see, they got 29,000 nuclear bombs aimed at themselves while they're still on the planet, and 8 billion people are being controlled by this many tiny people, and they can't see how to take back control of their own planet and love one another. Why would I even stop by? So we have to at some point realize this is not the way. Our economy's got to shift. It's got to change. It's probably going to go to a credit-based system, not credit like your credit score, but credits of some type, whether it's through crypto or blockchain technology, some way you have access to digital wallets. But that your status in society will be how good you are at what you do and how much you help people, and also will eventually harness the power of AI and robotics to free the burden of humanity instead of putting us to become eventually their slaves or maybe even worse. I think when we have the right idea and concept of how to utilize these technologies, that people will be free to travel, explore. If you want to work somewhere, you can work somewhere. There'll be programs set up where if something takes your job like an AI or a robot, your bills have got to be reduced. Your personal responsibilities have got to be wiped out in some way, shape, or form. All this is rough ideas, but something has to be thought through that will lead us into an economy and a world where people and human beings can thrive. Because after all, the most important thing is for human beings to thrive, not for a small amount of corporations to thrive.
Mm-hmm. 100% agree with you there. Let's get back to ancient Egypt.
Yeah.
Some of the things that really caught my attention was and we're not just talking ancient Egypt. I had read or saw or heard that from multiple sources that a lot of these wonders of the world, mm-hmm. Easter Island, Machu Picchu, the pyramids, Stonehenge, mm-hmm. There's probably more.
Oh yeah.
But I've read that they're all these unexplainable ancient structures mm-hmm. are all sitting right on top of fault lines. Is there any truth to that?
They're not on fault lines. They're actually on energy grids. And the
What
majority
is
of
an
them,
energy grid?
an energy grid is where the magnetic field of the Earth whips out of the planet. So a lot of these structures are literally sitting directly on top of these high energy magnetic fields.
Really?
So if you take if you go and get the from USGS.gov and take the Earth's magnetic field map, and then lay it over a map of like a lot of these megalithic structures, all of a sudden you go, oh my God, they're all sitting on top of like high energy magnetic portals, basically. And what's interesting about that is how in the world did they figure this out? Like what type of tool do you use to measure how much magnetism is whipping out of the Earth here from the core or 100 miles away? How do you distinguish which one is the one, the spot to put it in? They had to have had some level of advanced technology that had the capability. Now we do it through satellite technology. So how in the world were they able to do it? We have a satellite that orbits the planet in a polar orbit. It orbits this way, not this way. And as the Earth spins on its axis, it's taking swaths of data. Magnetism, electromagnetic fields, it's taking topographical data and so forth and so on, minerals and so forth. We know everything that's on Earth from a polar orbiting satellite, which is why I believe that that's exactly what was used. Because if you look at the Great Pyramid at Giza, where is it located? Directly at the center of landmass on Earth, not the center of the Earth, the center of landmass. There's only one way to get that calculation. You have to have a satellite orbiting in a polar orbit, scanning the planet as it spins on its axis to pick up all the topographical data, to be able to calculate the landmass and to find the dead center of the mass of land. And not only that, of course, it has one of the biggest magnetic fields coming right out of that spot too. So boom, dead center, they drop it right there. And then also the Great Pyramid, the height of it matches the average height of all the peaks on Earth. Again, how can you do that? Polar orbiting satellite, as the Earth is spinning, it's calculating all the peaks.
The peak of the pyramid,
yes,
is the average of all the peaks
on Earth.
On Earth.
All the natural peaks on Earth. It's the average height of all the natural peaks on Earth.
I mean, there's so many things. There's so many things with the pyramids and these other structures that just, it's
mind-boggling.
I was taught that these 7-ton bricks were, they use sticks
and ropes and mud and elephants. The mud ramp theory had it took over for a little while, but then some real good physicists said, I don't know. They did some calculations. You would need more mass than the pyramid in mud to be able to create the mud ramps to put the, it didn't add up.
Yeah.
So the mud ramp, and then the lack of trees and lack of timber and so forth to rolling these, 15-ton stones in some cases on top of wooden. Come on. It just sounds crazy.
Yeah.
And when you go to the Serapeum at Saqqara, which is Enki's Halls of Amenti, it's these underground halls that are there that I take people to every year that has this incredible hallway carved out of solid stone underground, and these alcoves are in there, and inside of each alcove, perfectly fitted, tight and snug, are these 60 and 70-ton, what look like sarcophagus.
Every gear, every pump, every nut, and every bolt, every rotation, every revolution, every morning, and every night, every gust, every heat wave, every ice-cold front, every job, every site, every minute, every second. Your machines run the world. Our 500 scientists and technical advisors around the globe constantly innovate to keep machines in motion every hour of every day. It's helped make us the #1 global lubricant supplier for 16 years. And it's how we make you unstoppable. Shell Lubricant Solutions.
What's the sarcophagus?
What they claim they will put the dead body in,
Okay.
But it's not they're not sarcophagus because there's no dead bodies in them. They're clean. They're actually, you can eat off the floor inside of those things. I've stood inside of them. They're higher than my head, and I'm 6'4". The lids weigh like 40 tons. But if you read the Emerald Tablets, you discover those were the halls of Amenti, where these beings claim to have rejuvenation chambers, and they would put bodies in them, and they would literally have some type of technology that would transfer their consciousness into a new body when the other one wore out. And they would put the wore out body in these things and let them rejuvenate over time. Sounds crazy, but now modern science is doing the same exact thing. They literally are right now doing the same exact thing, learning how to transfer human consciousness from one body to another. They've even created mind links where they can transfer an active, awake person's mind into a person that is already awake and conscious.
Wait a minute. Who's doing this?
Scientists in the Brain Institute and other laboratories all around the world. They have an experiment, and I'll get you the exact experiment that it was, where they have one gentleman in a room with a blindfold on and his hand on a remote control video game in front of him, but he can't see the video game. They have another gentleman in another room who's looking at the video game with no remote control. They create a mind link between the two and transfer this guy's mind into the other guy. He's now controlling the other guy's hands to play the video game.
No way.
Yes.
This is documented.
Documented. Real
actual science.
Actual science. I'll send you. And listen, in Russia, the 2045 project, Ray Kurzweil, they've already took a monkey and transferred its consciousness into a computer. That was done in 2010. In 2000, I think 16 or 17, it was to transfer a human consciousness into a robot, which that's been done. In America, we have DARPA. They have the Avatar project. Look that up, the Avatar project. I wrote about it in my book, where they transfer a soldier's consciousness into a field robot, and then the only thing that gets damaged if the robot blows up, the symbiotic link is disconnected through consciousness, but the soldier's obviously not going to die. And so this has all been done. This is real science being actively used right now. By 2045, which is the 2045 project in Russia, they're looking to transfer human consciousness into an actual being, an actual avatar body. You know, so they can take a skin cell from you, they can put it in a petri dish, they can get it under the right conditions, turn that skin cell into a stem cell, culture that, turn that into a group of stem cells, and then grow that into a full clone of yourself using your own stem cells, and then transfer your mind into your new body.
Whoa. I've never heard this before.
Yeah.
Ever.
And it's all in my book. This is real stuff, man.
How do you find this kind of stuff?
It just comes to me, you know. When you start going down these paths of research, you become a magnet for information, and information just begins to come directly to you from all sources. And then when you look it up and dig deeper into it, obviously some of it's not good, you don't use it. But the stuff that is real, I write about it and I put my source links to it because I want people to know, like, this is real, and you can go look it up yourself.
Wow. What? Let's go back to the pyramids and all these other wonders of the world.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of these wonders are the architecture and the strategy to build the buildings seem to be identical in a lot of these places.
Oh, yeah.
How do you explain that?
One master architect. If you look at the Emerald Tablets, got to go back to the oldest text that we know of, 38,000-year-old text. Thoth claims to have built the Great Pyramid. He said, "Builded I the Great Pyramid, patterned after Earth's force, so that it too might remain through the ages," and it sure has. So the Great Pyramid is not 4,000 or 5,000 years old. That Great Pyramid is about 38,000 years old. And so is the Sphinx. His father told him to build the Sphinx and put his face on it. And then later on, that face was recarved. This is why the face is not the right size for the body, to his nephew's face. But the face was never the face of a lion. But this guy was the master architect. He laid down the blueprint for how to do this. In the Emerald Tablets, he takes a crew with him on the great ship that descends on the land of Chem, rebuilds the land of Chem. He says something very interesting in this text. After spending many years there, they don't specify exactly how many, but they say many, many years, rebuilding the land of Chem, he tells that crew, that team that came with that original team, to spread out around the world and duplicate what we did here. Then all of a sudden, what happens? Pyramids pop up all around the world. Megalithic structures, megalithic temples all around the world, all using the same exact building technique. Thoth himself even leaves Africa, takes Olmecs with him, and leaves his brother Amun-Ra in charge, and he goes to Mesoamerica and builds the Teotihuacan civilization and builds that whole Teotihuacan pyramid complex, which, by the way, is aligned with Orion, the same exact formation as the ones in Africa, at Egypt, right, at Giza. And also what? Built on top of an aquifer. The base of the Pyramid of the Sun is exactly the same size as the base of the pyramid, Great Pyramid in Giza. And the height is exactly 50% the height down to the millimeter of the Great Pyramid at Giza. Again,
Down to the millimeter?
Down to the millimeter. And this is, again, what? One master architect, again, showcasing his talents and going all around the world. This guy is known everywhere I've gone on the planet. I went to Africa. He's obviously all throughout Africa. He's known as Tahuti, Jehuti, Thoth, right? According to the ancient Egyptians, he ruled for 16,000 years, one person. In China, he's Wang Di, the first emperor of China, who came down on a fiery dragon. Sounds like a flying ship. Ruled over to China for decades, for several centuries, and then just got on this flying dragon and disappeared again. In Mexico, he's known as Quetzalcoatl, Lord Pakal, Kukulkan. He comes in on again a what? According to the Mayans, a fiery dragon, and he's there. What he built? Chichen Itza, Teotihuacan, Cobble, all these places were developed. The Mayans didn't build anything. They inherited what was already there. The Aztecs didn't build anything. It was already there. And that's even in their own records. Matter of fact, they didn't even know who the people were originally that built some of this stuff, so they gave them the name Teotihuacans. But in the Emerald Tablets, it tells you exactly who it was. And so I was out in Australia in the outback, in the middle of nowhere. A gigantic petroglyph of who? Thoth, out of Kemet, in Australia, carved into rock in the ground. They call him Thothamabi in Australia. The Aboriginal people call him Thothamabi, and he's on a ship flying through the Milky Way galaxy. That's what it is, a giant disc, and he's sitting on this thing, and they say that's him flying through the Milky Way galaxy.
Wow.
And so the more you look into it, these structures, they were built by people, not aliens. In other words, Thoth, in my opinion, wasn't from this planet, and also his relatives, but they had the people doing the labor. They taught the construction techniques, and they had the blueprints on how to do this. They weren't going to get out there themselves and do all this hard labor, but they had the blueprints. They laid out the foundation, and they said, hey, this is how we do this, and we're going to do this all around the entire planet.
I mean, how do you think it was built? I mean, I've had people that I have a lot of respect for and know for a fact that they are extremely intelligent individuals. One of them I've had on the show, his name's Chris Beck, and he was talking about the exact same thing, the aquifers, the crystals, the energy. And I mean, he was like, well, how do you move,
how do you
move things? Yeah. Frequency and vibration.
That's it.
And if you think about it, if I put a subwoofer under a glass top table and I put a brick on it, it's going to move.
It's going to move.
And so do you think, is that how it did? Did they create some type of frequency and vibration, which... Yeah.
There's a famous Sumerian cylinder scroll. I'm going to send you a copy of this image. You see an Anunnaki god, you call him a god with a lowercase g, it ain't the God, okay? We know God is a god for real, but that ain't the God. They called him a god because these people didn't understand. These people had advanced technology. He's sitting on this box. This box has a symbol for magnetism on it, okay? And this ancient Sumerian tablet. And then, so he's sitting here with this box. There's this tripod thing up in the air, and it's got this disc. Underneath the disc is a gigantic stone table, and there's human beings. You can tell they're human because their height compared to this guy, they're tiny. And a human is picking it up with one hand. That disc is a cymatic frequency. You can perfectly match. I found the exact frequency, and I have a video on that frequency, which creates that exact same cymatic pattern. And so that cymatic pattern and magnetism in some way reduce the weight of that gigantic stone table, allowing an average normal human being to pick it up with one hand. I'm going to send you this image. Pretty interesting stuff. So when you now say, well, how do they do all this? Cymatic frequencies and magnetism, electromagnetism and cymatic frequencies, in some way together, they combine those two things to reduce the weight. They didn't make them completely weightless, but they significantly reduced the weight of a lot of the stones. The second thing is, Thoth gives away something else in the Emerald Tablets. He utilizes cymatic frequencies and photons to manifest solid matter. Now that sounds crazy in ancient tablets, but guess what happened 2 years ago in a laboratory in the world we live in right now? Scientists got together and they combined cymatic frequencies and photons, and for the first time ever created solid matter. That's in physics.org.
Wow.
So
where did that happen?
That happened, I believe it was in the UK.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll give you the link to all this stuff. So pretty interesting, right? So the tablets keep getting proven by modern science. This is why I keep going back to the tablets, because wait a minute. This guy says this then. You know, you've heard of the active denial system in the military. It's this dish that sends out a beam of frequency towards people that are looking to be, do harm, right? Mobs, and it'll make you stop in your tracks. It'll make you feel like you got to vomit. It'll make you feel like you're on fire. It can even put voices in your head. It's called the active denial system in the military. Well, in the Emerald Tablets, those has this group of people coming at him because they don't know who he is when he lands his ship. He says, I raised my staff and sent out a ray of vibration which stopped them still in their tracks. Sounds like the active denial system to me. Same technology, just a different year. So I go over. I keep putting these things in my book to show the commonalities between the two, because what we're doing now, we're just simply rediscovering everything that already existed.
Yeah.
We haven't done anything new yet. Everything was already done. Everything has already been done. We're just rediscovering what we lost.
Could you describe? I was watching this documentary last night, trying to get spun up on all this stuff again. And they talked a lot about how the pyramids, how a lot of these structures are measured in the metric system.
Yeah.
However, and they're perfect. I don't know the exact measurements, but the stones are in the perfect metric system.
Yes.
Let's say it's 3 meters by 3 meters. The doorways, perfect metric system, maybe 3 meters by 2 meters. The base of the pyramid.
Yeah.
It's
all based on meters. The whole thing.
The metric system wasn't developed for another 2,000 years.
Listen, even the Grand Gallery, the location of the Grand Gallery inside the Great Pyramid, when you look at the longitude, it's the same exact digits as the speed of light in meters per second. How is this possible? Well, I started asking the same question, and I said, wait, I got to find some kind of link to this, and I found it. Guess what they found in Mexico decades ago? They found Proto-Sumerian cuneiform tablets and pottery and everything else. What is proto, meaning pre-Sumerian, stuff doing in the Americas? But not only did they find that, this is even on Wikipedia. It was a metric system. It was their metric system. So the metric system is thousands and tens of thousands of years old. Forget thousands, tens of thousands of years old. We only rediscovered what already existed, or probably the guy, I forget his name now, the French man who came up with it, probably found these tablets or the existence of these tablets and said, oh, I can make this whole metric system out of this. It already existed. The metric system is ancient. We only rediscovered what it was recently. That's all. That's the only thing I can give you.
How about the golden ratio?
Yeah.
What is the golden ratio?
The golden ratio is a specific numeric equation that gives you 3.17. It gives you the Fibonacci spiral. It also gives you the golden rectangle and the golden triangle, which no matter which way you look at them, you can always get the perfect spiral to fit inside. And that spiral, for whatever reason, because that spiral is in everything that's in life, it's very beautiful to us. So the most magnificent structures were always set on the Fibonacci spiral or pi, right? And so even the Great Pyramid is built on pi. All these magnificent structures were built on pi because for some reason it taps into our inner consciousness, our inner being. Our fingers, if you take your fingers and look at the space between your digits, you'll get pi. And you can get the Fibonacci code based on the space in the digits of your own hand. The distance from your eyes to your nose, the distance from your top of your, in between your eyebrows to the tip of your nose, all this is all the same thing over. And it just the distance from your elbow to your wrist, the distance from the wrist to the tip of your middle finger, it's all pi. You see?
Are you kidding me? What do you mean it's
the
pi?
whole human body is designed on that number.
You mean it's what do you mean it's pi?
You can get if you calculate the distance in the space in between your digits and your elbows and your joints and everything else, I'll send you a diagram on this as well. You'll get the Fibonacci sequence built into the human avatar body itself. It's in everything.
I mean, I don't understand how it could be pi, because if it's pi is what, 3.14? Repeating forever?
Right, but
it's
you see, when you calculate, well, pi creates the Fibonacci spiral, or allows you to place the Fibonacci spiral inside of anything, right? And so when you start creating these calculations and you start doing the measurements of these distances, you start finding out that they fit perfectly with that number, and that you can get the Fibonacci sequence is built into the human avatar body. And I'll give you a complete diagram so you can see how it all breaks down.
Okay. I just want to figure it out right now because my mind's blown. So, I mean, obviously the distance from my eye to the middle of my, whatever this is, nose,
right, top of your nose,
is completely different than from my elbow to my wrist.
Right, but there's a ratio, and when you apply this specific ratio, you'll find that this is the reason why this is this distance is the average distance, and this distance here is the average distance. In other words, they can calculate based on how many inches or millimeters or centimeters. It comes out to be a perfect, when they make the boxes and connect everything, it comes out to be like the golden rectangle, the golden triangle, and you can fit the Fibonacci sequence right inside, or the Fibonacci spiral right inside of them. When they begin to make all the connections, like connecting dots, all of a sudden, everything fits perfectly. And like I said, so in other words, if I take the distance from this digit to this digit, and this digit to this digit, and this digit to the top of my finger, all of a sudden, I'll find that when I look at it underneath the connected rectangles, that Fibonacci will fit inside of these digits. So the Fibonacci sequence, which is now we find in almost all life, is actually part of fractals. So we're living in a fractal-based universe. Everything is a fractal of something else, something bigger, something grander. But also, it's also a fingerprint. So the fingerprint of God is the Fibonacci sequence. It's the evidence that we're living in a creation, that we also are created.
Interesting. Let's take a quick break and then we'll dive back in.
All right.
I've spent more time than I would like to admit researching, testing, trying to find the perfect mattress that's going to give me a good night's sleep. And it basically got to the point where I just gave up. I suffer from chronic back pain. It comes from 14 years of combat operations as a Navy SEAL and a CIA contractor. My back's just shot. No matter what mattress I use, I wake up, I can't move. Takes me about 45 minutes just to loosen up, to bend over, to put my shoes on, to get out the door. And then a friend of mine told me about Helix mattresses. So I went to the website. Turns out they got a quiz you take. You take the quiz, and then they make a recommendation out of the 20 mattresses they have in stock. Mine was the Midnight Lux, and bam, had it shipped right to my house. Very skeptical, by the way, but slept on it first night. Slept like a baby. Complete game changer. Another thing I like about Helix mattresses is they have the enhanced cooling feature that keeps you from overheating. We've all used mattresses where you wake up, especially these memory foam ones, right? You wake up and you're sweating. And you can't go back to sleep. Well, Helix is taking care of that. Take the Helix Sleep Quiz at helixsleep.com and find your perfect mattress in under 2 minutes. Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders and 2 free pillows for our listeners. Go to helixsleep.com/SRS and use the code HelixPartner20. This is their best offer yet, and it's not going to last long. With Helix, better sleep starts now.
Looks like you won something there.
I ditched my tax guy and switched to H&R Block. Their experts can do your taxes online.
I've never won anything in my whole life.
You should make the switch.
Have an H&R Block Tax Pro do your taxes in person or online.
Here's the situation. You've got China, Russia, Ukraine, the border. The banks seem to be collapsing. Plus, the Chinese just negotiated with Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Brazil to drop the US dollar. And most Americans, including myself, feel that we're in a recession right now. But despite all the evidence, I can't tell you what's going to happen for sure. Nobody can. Yet when it comes to your money, you should understand what's at stake. That's why I partnered with Goldco to possibly help at times like this. Go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. The kit shows you how to defend your money with precious metals and how listeners of the show could get up to $10,000 in bonus silver. Go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD to get your free gold and silver kit. I can't predict the future, but I can certainly prepare for it. So go to SeanLikesGold.com or call 855-936-GOLD now. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision. All right, Billy, we're back from the break.
Yeah.
This discussion is blowing my mind here. But I wanted to talk to you about CERN, too. So is CERN learning anything from ancient Egypt?
Yeah.
CERN being, can you describe what CERN is?
Sure. CERN is the LHC, the Large Hadron Collider. It's the largest machine in the world, located in Switzerland, and it's all underground, and it uses this gigantic track, this underground tube that's connected, and they send atoms in opposite directions and speed them up to, a percentage of the speed of light, and then let them collide. And then they analyze the collision to see what comes out of this collision between atoms, quarks and muons and everything else that they discover. But something else they discover in the process is that they create microscopic black holes. Now,
really?
Yeah. So originally, a lot of people were getting scared about this because they were like, man, if you guys create a black hole here on Earth, will it suck the Earth in? I mean, kind of fair to assume, like, black holes are supposed to be pretty deadly things. Even light can't escape them. So why create one here on Earth? But I think, in my opinion, again, this is nothing that I've read, but my hypothesis is that part of the work going on at CERN is to learn how to create stable wormholes. What Einstein and Rosen called an Einstein-Rosen bridge, where you take space and you fold it and make a hole, punch a hole in between to make a connection, a shortcut through space-time. And so it could be learning or trying to experiment either by accident or on purpose how to create a stable wormhole. How do you create one and hold it open? The biggest thing is holding it open.
Hold on. Let's backtrack.
Yeah.
I'm slow. So, I don't have a degree in astrophysics and I don't have anything from MIT or Harvard. So you're talking about you're folding space and creating a hole through it. So I'm envisioning.
Yeah. You take a piece of paper.
Dr. Greer kind of showed me this, I think.
You just bend it like this.
Bend it like this.
And if you had a pencil, you could poke a hole right through. So you can go from point A to point B. Instead of traveling over the length of that sheet of paper to get from point A to point B, you now just arrive at point B almost instantaneously.
Okay.
You see? And Einstein and another professor, a theoretical physicist named Rosen, they call it the Einstein-Rosen bridge, was a theoretical name for this type of hypothesis on how to create a wormhole, or what a wormhole would be, how it would operate, how it would work. The biggest problem that we have is not creating the wormhole now, because we can create them, but how do you keep it open? How do you make it stable for something to pass through without collapsing? Now, NASA recently discovered something called X points around Earth and also around the sun. These are naturally occurring portals that open and close every single day, all around the outside of our planet. The Themis satellite system discovered these portals a few years back, and they've been analyzing and watching them. Some of them create direct pathways to the sun and even to other planets in our solar system. So these are called X points. They exist all around the outside of our planet. They're where magnetic diffusion points hit and cross, like our magnetic fields hit and cross. In some way, combining that crossing of electromagnetic fields with charged particles from the sun opens up a portal. So portals naturally can occur in nature. You don't have to make them artificially. So that's pretty interesting. All we have to do now is learn how to harness that power, and we can travel through space, and we can go great distances without having to put ourselves in hibernation pods and things like that. But now what's interesting is you look at some of the pyramid structures and also read the ancient texts. If you go to one of the Sumerian tablets, they talk about having something called a Du-Ran Ki. It was called a bond heaven earth. And Enlil talks about walking from his home world directly to Earth and walking from Earth directly back to his home world, bypassing even getting in a spaceship. You go fast forward a little bit more, the ancient Egyptians talk about something called a Jed pillar Ankh. They have a Jed connected to the inside of Ankh. People think the Ankh was like for decoration or represented rebirth and the womb of a woman and all that. It kind of did. Nowadays it's just decoration like jewelry. But it also represented something more technological in the ancient times. When you go to the super ancient texts, you discover that Ankh and that Jed were a oscillator that would resonate to the atomic frequency of the owner. That was the code programmed into the actual Ankh. The actual portal that they would walk through to travel wherever they were going, it would only let you walk through it if your frequency was programmed into the portal. That was your key. Without walking through with that, you would be obliterated. That's how they kept people from just getting into these portals. Only the elite of the elite had access to these portals to travel all around the world. There's one in Mexico, in Tula, Mexico, where Thoth, the Atlantean, who came from Africa over there, he would stand there, and this looks like an indentation in the wall, and he would literally walk through it, and he would reappear somewhere else in the world, and he would come back from time to time and so forth. But again, he would have the Jed pillar Ankh in his hand. Then you look at Bosnia in Europe. There's a pyramid there called the Pyramid of the Sun. Just like the one, there's one in Mexico called the Pyramid of the Sun. There's one in Bosnia called the Pyramid of the Sun. It's massive. In this valley, there's like 5 massive pyramids, all covered with brush and trees and debris. Well, they started digging this thing out. They said, oh my God, these are solid stone blocks. There's tunnels underneath that are connecting the pyramids, the same exact tunnels that are in Teotihuacan in Mexico, connecting the pyramid structures there. But inside of this one tunnel, they found this gigantic crystal. It's called the K2 megalith. And on it is written in runes, an ancient writing. It says, we must stand in defense until we can open the gate. Well, what gate are they talking about? I believe they're talking about the Stargate, to get from wherever they were to get out of this war. There was a war going on. Again, that second pyramid war I told you about, it was a global war. It wasn't only global, it was interplanetary as well, because it went to the moon and also to Mars. But that's probably going to be another podcast. But the evidence of it is available in scientific data. But this K2 megalith, this gigantic crystal, it has something to do with activating the portal at this Pyramid of the Sun in Bosnia, which at some point they were defending it and trying to thwart some people from getting access to it until they can get it activated so they can walk through themselves. Pretty interesting stuff. And this is well documented, the K2 megalith gigantic crystal. So CERN, in my opinion, is researching and learning about technologies that already existed. Again, we're just rediscovering everything. When you go to CERN, right outside the front door is this gigantic picture of this Indian god that is standing inside of a portal, walking through. So I think they kind of knew what they were going to be doing when they started this whole building and started this whole project, but they just kind of kept it low-key to the general public, and they only released tidbits of information as to what's going on. There was something interesting before we go on. There was a field trip of sorts where they let the tour to let people come in and look around, and as one person was looking around, they saw these gigantic clear panels. They don't know what material they were made out of, and I have a picture of them leaning up against the side of a part of the machine with these hieroglyphs on them. So they sent these hieroglyphs out. Everyone, including I've sent the hieroglyphs out. Nobody can decipher these hieroglyphs. Nobody knows what in the world these are, what they mean, where they came from, who wrote them, what writing, what ancient culture are they linked to. Nobody knows. Massive, giant, clear plates leaning up against the machine. I think there were 4 of them, if I remember correctly. Pretty interesting. I just thought that was a weird thing that, to happen there. But they have at the front door, gigantic portal, a representation of a portal with one of these ancient Indian gods walking through it.
What do you think they're doing with these mini black holes that you think that they're creating?
All experiments.
Have they documented this?
Yeah, they have. They have. People were trying to stop them from doing it because it was gonna destroy the planet and everything else. But they just kept working anyway. They didn't care. But they are just, in my opinion, learning about these creation of portals, learning how to create stable wormholes, just all experimenting, just trying to figure out what type of energy can we inject into one of these holes that will stabilize it, maybe even expand it, And where do they lead? Where do they go? Like when we go through them, where will we end up? Maybe they're sending small probes through or things through to take a look. Maybe they're sending nano probes into them. Who knows?
What do you think about this? Are you for this? You against this? What do you think?
This type of research without complete oversight, to me, is scary stuff, man. I mean,
too.
You don't even know what can come through. Like, I do believe in life in other worlds and also life in even other dimensions. We know that based on theoretical physicists like Michio Kaku and many other well-respected physicists, that we're living in a universe based on 11 dimensions. They theorized based on the mathematics that without 11 dimensions, this universe would collapse. Okay?
Okay, so can you... I have a tough time wrapping my head around different dimensions as well.
Yeah.
I've talked to a couple different people. They broke it down fairly well for me. I would like to hear you break down what is a dimension?
Yeah. Well, dimension is a realm that exists at a different frequency. So right now we're in the third dimension. We only can control the first and the second. All right. The first dimension is a line. The second dimension is connected lines. And because we're in the third dimension, we're like the God over the second and the first. We can control and manipulate those dimensions from the outside. If people were living in those dimensions, like one-dimensional people or two-dimensional people, they would be at complete awe of what our capabilities were, because they first of all, they wouldn't be able to see us as a third-dimensional being. All they would see is the manipulation of their environment, and they would wonder what's going on. All right, so that's kind of power we would have. Now, extrapolate, fourth dimension. The fourth dimension used to be said it was time. It's not time. That's just a hypothesis that Einstein was trying to correlate time to the third. The fourth dimension is a tesseract, a fourth dimensional hypercube. From the fourth dimension and all the way up, things change completely. So we're in the third. Somebody in the fourth dimension, an entity in the fourth dimension, can see into everything. They can see through this ceiling and watch us sitting here right now. All right? They can see the past, present, and future all at the same time. In other words, when I first walked in a building and you greeted me, they would see that. In another room, they would see us taking photos. And in this room, they would see us doing this interview, but they would see all three things happening at the same time. It's like having a house and living different parts of your life at the same time in different years in the same house, right? And then above that, you have the fifth, sixth, seventh. Now, these dimensions are compactified. And yes, that's an actual real word, compactified. Look it up, guys. Whoever's looking, look up the word. They're stacked so tight on top of each other that they're like a Planck unit of distance away from this universe, right? And now the only way to get into one is to move into a right angle at a different frequency. You have to obtain the subatomic frequency of that dimension. So if there are beings in higher dimensions that have developed the ability to understand and get the actual subatomic frequency number of the third dimension in this universe, they can theoretically walk from their universe or their dimension directly into ours.
What do you mean, the frequency?
Okay. Every universe has a specific frequency. Every dimension in that same universe also has a frequency. Every atom resonates at a specific frequency. Nothing ever rests. Everything is always vibrating. At the subatomic level, we know that when you dig deep into the nucleus of an actual atom, what's in there is a tiny vibrating string. So we're living in a symphony of music, and the music that's jingling and making this noise is creating the illusion of physicality, the illusion of solidity, even the illusion of distance, which doesn't even exist. And so that's what we're living in. Now, if I can obtain, for example, let's say there's a cancer tumor in a person's body. The cells in that cancerous tumor are now operating or vibrating at a specific resonant frequency. We know this for a fact. If I have a device that actually can match the frequency of that tumor, I can send a cancellation frequency to that tumor.
You're talking about a Rife machine.
Something like a Rife machine. I can destroy it without destroying the surrounding tissue, right? So imagine having the capability of now understanding on a more grand scale, a dimension, fifth dimension, like somebody there obtains the frequency of the third dimension. They can just come right on through. This could be some of the reason for paranormal activity and things like that. It could be entities or beings having a peek into our world, into our dimension. It might not be anything scary at all, in some cases. Will it scare us? Maybe, yeah, because we can't perceive them as to what they truly appear and look like, but it could be a higher dimensional being coming to have a look around. They could be on vacation. I mean, theoretically, you know?
If you're not making $158,000 per year, but you'd like to, I strongly encourage you to start a bookkeeping business. That's right. If you're willing to learn how to use a free program called QuickBooks, you
I don't know who the hell's going to come on vacation to this world, buddy, but,
it's something to look at. This is a reality show. Okay.
Yeah.
We're on season 2023. That's just the way it is, man.
Yeah. It's so there's 11 frequencies.
11 dimensions.
Who came up with this?
Oh, big-time theoretical physicist, Michio Kaku, Professor James Gates Jr., and many other supersymmetry experts. And then, now, I've been talking about the fact that if there's 11 dimensions, that our mind connects to also 11 dimensions for over a decade. And if you go back and look at some of those old posts, people were calling me a kook, a crazy, a tinfoil wearing hat, pseudoscientist, blah, blah, blah. Well, 2 years ago, scientists at the Brain Institute discovered that the human mind connects to what? 11 dimensions. So now, my theory was accurate, science has proved it, and theoretical physicists say that there are 11 dimensions. So our minds, our consciousness is multidimensional. And everything that exists in the third dimension that we had we took part in creating, it started all on the multidimensional platform. So this chair that we're sitting in right now, a person thought about this chair first before it manifested as solid matter, but they thought about it on the multidimensional platform, higher dimensional thinking, the original platform before all these other platforms came out. And in that realm, it existed and was constructed in a higher dimension. Then what happens is the person who was thinking about creating this chair collapsed it from multi-dimensions into 2 dimensions. How? By drawing it on a piece of paper. Then it went from there probably into a computer nowadays, which is a CAD, computer-assisted design, which is still 2D, even though it gives you the illusion of 3D in the computer. All computer screens are just 2-dimensional objects. And from there, it gets sent, now the data from it gets sent to an engineer who now crafts it into a 3-dimensional object that we can maneuver in XYZ axis in space-time. So this chair that I'm sitting in and you're sitting in started off, it was created in multi-dimensions and then collapsed into a 3-dimensional structure that we're sitting on right now.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Let's talk about, I got a whole list of stuff to talk about with it. Let's talk about the Book of Enoch.
Oh man, the Book of Enoch, powerful book. You know that Enoch was a real powerful man because he's talked about in the Bible. Yet his book is not in the Bible. It was left out by accident on purpose. And the reason why is because he's talking about, and he calls these beings by their names, beings that were not from Earth, that came here from up above and engaged mankind. They taught us how to build weapons. They taught us about perfume and makeup. They taught us how to make jewelry and beer and all this other crazy stuff, right? So these beings were physical, corporeal beings. They actually, at some point, even went to war with humans against other humans, putting on clothing and getting swords and everything else. They were having sex with humans. So these weren't like the angels that we're thinking with the fluffy wings, and these were people. I think there was a misconception in some cases as to what is an angel and what is a person based on the level of technology and the consciousness of those beings. I think that the people became like a cargo cult. In other words, they deified some of these people, even though they weren't deifiable. They were just people with more advanced knowledge. And so these beings did this. They engaged mankind. They also gave Enoch an appointed date that they were going to take him into space to go meet the master.
Who is Enoch?
Enoch is, he's a half human, half Anunnaki, according to some of the texts. So one of these, he's a quote unquote demigod, supposedly. So he was, his father was a god with a lowercase g, and his mother was a human being, supposedly. This is what the stories say. How mythological is that? We can't really understand it. But he was special. He had offspring, he had a family, and these beings that came to visit gave him an appointed date that he would be taken away from Earth. And so he got taken away from Earth, and he then describes the shape of the Earth, the size, the color, everything from space, a gigantic blue glowing sphere. He's then brought back at some point in the future. He went away for a while, then comes back. He left the I guess his estate to his kids, his sons. So they were waiting for him to leave, and they was also waiting for him to come back. This was planned. It wasn't like some mystical thing. In the Bible, it seems as if he just disappeared from earth and he was taken into heaven and never came back, but that's not the case. In the book of Enoch, you find out he was brought back. Pretty interesting. But also what's interesting about Enoch is he came back with some advanced knowledge and understanding about construction techniques.
Okay.
So all of a sudden, this guy understands and knows how to build megalithic structures. Who taught him this information? Wherever he went, he became a student. And they brought him back, and he had this knowledge and this wisdom. There's only one Bible that exists with the full book of Enoch in the same Bible, and that's the Ethiopian Bible. It's a really, really old Bible, long before the Sinai Bible, long before the King James Version, out of Ethiopia, right where actually a lot of the Jewish people are. There's black Jews in Ethiopia, which I'm going to go see them next year when I go down to the Lalibela temples, which is a mountain that was carved into a temple from the outside going in, just like Abu Simbel and Petra, Jordan. And so, ironically, right there in that same area, they've got the Bible with the book of Enoch inside of it. But the reason why it was left out is because he was taken away, taught an advanced construction knowledge that nobody had the capability of knowing. And he was also, he also had a record of these beings that were engaging the people in a way that it didn't seem too godly, let's put it that way. And so that part was left out as well.
Why do you think Enoch was chosen?
It may have been chosen because according to the ancient records, his father wasn't human. In other words, he was half Anunnaki or Atlantean in some way. Just like Ziusudra, a.k.a. Noah, was also half Anunnaki or Atlantean. In the Epic of Gilgamesh, same scenario. I believe it was Enki that was his father. And when Noah was born, or Ziusudra is his real name, when he was born, he didn't look like his, brothers and sisters or his family members. His hair was different, his eyes were a different color, his skin was a different color and everything else. So it's pretty interesting. And so again, he was spared. And when he got spared in the ancient Sumerian tablets, Enki and Enlil, they had a big fight because Enlil wanted the people to be wiped out and Enki saved enough people that they can survive and re-kickstart civilization.
I want to move into some of the other ancient ruins.
Yeah.
Easter Island.
Oh man, Easter Island.
Easter Island really catches my attention. In fact, I looked at getting there. It seems like it's
hard.
It's not easy. There's not very many flights going in and out of there at all.
I've been trying to go to Easter Island for the last 10 years.
You can't get in?
Not only cannot get in, nobody's going to get in now because they just went there. Somebody went there and lit that place on fire. Yeah,
what?
They burned down the majority of the moai heads. They put some type of a chemical on the moais and lit that on fire, which melted solid stone.
When did this happen?
That happened in October of 2022.
I am very humbly asking if you could chip in $5, $10, or even $25. I know that times could be tough, and they are tough under this horrible president that we have, crooked Joe Biden. So if you can't contribute now, don't even think about it. Don't do it. You got to take care of your family and yourself. I want you to do that first. But with your donation today, we will win back the White House. We will make America great again, greater than ever before. I promise you that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Somebody went there and ruined it.
Yeah. First of all, it's inside. How do you get that much fuel, first of all, on the island? It's hard to get there. How do you get the fuel there? And whatever was added to this fuel or whatever type of fuel it was, I mean, who had the approval to bring that kind of chemical through international waters onto that island to then have the time to put it on top of the stone and then to actually light them all on fire? There's no trees on Easter Island. There's nothing to keep the flames going. So somebody manually had to go and burn all these heads. So now with that being destroyed, and my biggest dream was to go there because those bodies, their heads are just the top of the body. There's full bodies underneath the ground that go down for meters. And their hands are holding weapons in some cases. They have technology in their hands. They're kind of, etched into the side of the bodies. But these things are super megalithic. And the reason why the heads are above the ground is because there was obviously a global flood. And that's a mud flow that covered these things up. That's why some of them are tilted over and fallen over in different angles That's the mud flow of the water coming off the ocean and then running across the land, and the mud piling up on top of these things. That's why the bodies are completely covered in dirt and soil. But yeah, incredible place. The heads are, pointed at different star systems. There's similar heads like you can find in South America.
Really?
Yeah, similar with the body still attached. So again, linking the cultures, showing that there's this link, that there wasn't just isolated civilizations, that this was at one point a global civilization. And these Moai heads and their bodies are very similar to the Toltecs in Mexico. If you go to Tula, Mexico, and climb to the top of the Kukulkan house, which is like a half pyramid, at the top there's gigantic Toltecs, which resemble the bodies of these Moais in Easter Island. And so it's an incredible place. In my opinion, more evidence of an ancient astronaut theory that existed, and remnants of an ancient civilization that we'll probably never know about. And now with the fires destroying everything, who knows?
I had no idea that fires destroyed those.
Yeah.
You think that was done on purpose?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I mean, to destroy
the evidence. Too many people want to figure out like the bodies and everything. Too many good ideas started coming up showing the evidence of the mud flow that covered the bodies and everything else. And the technology that was in their hands, analyzing and trying to really understand what is it and how it linked to other cultures around the world. And now, again, somebody else at a very high level wiped out more history.
Let's move into Stonehenge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What is that?
Stonehenge is a gigantic place that allows you to do star alignments and also harness frequencies. Stonehenge may have been also a portal generator. There's been accounts, I've been on different TV shows on like Discovery Channel and Science Channel talking about Stonehenge, where there's been accounts where people disappeared, all right? A weird lightning storm comes out of nowhere, and this is back before they put up the gates and the fences and all that, and all of a sudden people just scream and then disappear from the center of the circle. And so it may be some type of a portal generator. Maybe it harnessed some type of energy or magnetic field of the earth and opened up a portal. It could be an ancient communication device. It might have been multifunctional, just like the Great Pyramid at Giza. It could be a multifunctional device. Star alignments, communication, and portal generation as well.
Is it aligned with anything? Is it positioned in any certain particular way, like the pyramids?
Yeah. All star alignments. It aligns with specific stars and solstices that happen around the planet. The summer solstice, the winter solstice, all those alignments can be found right there at Stonehenge. And it's also rumored to have been built by who? Though the Atlantean priest king from the Emerald Tablets.
When you say aligned to certain star systems, what do you mean?
So if you look at the stones in a specific way, there's like sometimes there's little keyholes on them and things like that. The sun will shine directly through those little tiny keyholes that are carved out of the stone. They'll drop. It'll shine directly into the center of the circle. These alignments happen at specific times of the year. So whoever built this, they had a lot of celestial knowledge of days, months, years, times, and also, of course, the angles of the sun and how to capture the sun and illuminate certain areas of the henge. Just like they did at Abu Simbel in Egypt, where you have this mountain that was carved from the outside going in, and in the back of this temple that was carved out of solid stone of a mountain, there are 3 gods sitting there, right? And then the sun during the solstice comes through this tiny little hole in the top of the temple, the face of the temple, and it shines directly on and illuminates these gods in the back of this temple. If you're off by 1 millimeter when you start the first cut, you can't make it a perfect cut. You can't make this thing happen. So again, it's all the same people, I think, the same knowledge and understanding of the sun and the angles and the solstices and star alignments.
You've been doing this for a long time. Yeah. What are some less known structures that really fascinate you?
Oh, yeah. Wow. So in Turkey, you have something called Göbekli Tepe, which a lot of people know about Göbekli Tepe. Now, it's been made famous because why? It predates now even Sumerian culture even though Sumerian culture goes back way beyond that, technically with the tablets, but they're saying now, okay, the earth isn't, I mean, the history isn't 6,000 years old. We can go back to 13,000 now because we know this was an advanced culture 13,000 years ago. But over there's also another place called Karahan Tepe. Karahan Tepe, in my opinion, is even older. And so I think a lot of people don't know about these places, these sites that exist. They have these gigantic stone pillars, and on these pillars are etched animals that are not from that region. So how do people know what the animals look like in other parts of the world to etch them into these gigantic megalithic stone pillars? Pretty interesting. And the other thing about that area is the majority of it was covered up by sand, but not sand from the area. Somebody covered that entire area with sand from over 400 miles away.
Really?
Yeah, crazy. Just wild stuff. Pretty interesting. There's also a place over there called Kuyu. Now, Kuyu, I've got to get there next year. I couldn't make it because the whole global sickness came, and then all the flights got canceled. Then when I finally had a flight to go there, they had an earthquake, and the whole airport, got destroyed and everything. I think they've rebuilt the airport now. So I'm going to go there next year. But Kuyu is an underground base built in ancient times, thousands of years ago, that was designed to house over 30,000 people, including livestock. And at the deepest levels, you can go down there. There's been no signs of collapse. And there's 14,000 ventilation shafts that go to the deepest levels to bring oxygen, no matter how deep you are in the place. And it's one gigantic rolling stone door that an average small person can just roll with their hand and seal it from the inside, but from the outside, it's impenetrable.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I have seen a little bit of information on this.
Okay.
I would love to go there too.
Yeah, that's an incredible place. Incredible place. Yeah.
Have you been to all these places?
I haven't been to Turkey. That earthquake ruined my second opportunity, the sickness and then the earthquake. But I'm going to get there next year. But I've been to a lot of places. But this year I'm going back to Egypt again with a group of 70 people, taking them on a private VIP tour. Then I'm going to do a second tour with a smaller group for 4 days. And then I'm going to go to Cambodia right after that and take people on a tour through Cambodia, through Angkor Wat, Tao Prom, all these other ancient sites out there.
What's going on over there?
Angkor Wat's an amazing place. It's the largest temple complex in the world. And actually, the X-Men mansion from X-Men is based on the Angkor Wat temple.
Really?
This is a megalithic temple that has a super megalithic Olympic-sized swimming pool on the second floor, made out of solid stone. Can you imagine the weight? Imagine the water, with the water in it, what the weight is.
Yeah.
How do you build a structure that can disperse evenly that amount of weight load without collapse? Who has the technology, the understanding, the physics knowledge to build that structure? It's such a massive structure. And according to the homegrown people, the indigenous people, it was built in a day and a night. By who? By the brothers that came down from the heavens. So in some way, these people show up. What type of technology they used, nobody knows, but they built this according to them in a day and a night. And it's weird how the actual structure looks like it was poured into place. It looks like molten rock. It's an incredible temple. If you ever get a chance to go to Angkor Wat, I highly, highly recommend it. And then at Tao Prom, I love taking people there because it's an ancient temple, thousands of years old, but in the actual relief of the building, there's carvings in stone. One of them is a stegosaurus. What's that doing there? What is a dinosaur with the meat on its bones doing carved into an ancient temple? There's only one reason. They knew what a dinosaur looked like because obviously at some point we walked amongst dinosaurs. So
that's in there.
That's in there. Yeah. Yeah. So, and just so many other incredible discoveries. It's a real incredible place. I highly recommend, Cambodia. There's a river called the River of 1,000 Lingas with these carved structures underneath the flowing water, all the way down the river out of solid stone. How in the world do you carve solid stone structures underneath a flowing river? I mean, it's mind-boggling stuff. It's just, it's mind-boggling. That's that Kuleen Mountain. So we'll hike up Kuleen Mountain. We'll see the 1,000 Linga River, and then we'll go swimming at the waterfall with the monks. It's going to be an incredible trip. So just incredible stuff. Just places that people, out there you never think existed, but they're out there.
You know, I can't wait to go to. I got to do that. I got a kid,
Yeah.
and I got another one on the way. They're
Man.
very one of the is 2,
Yeah.
getting ready to be 2, and when they're a little bit older, I'm definitely
Yeah. You
I'm
got to
gonna
do
go
it.
on some of these excursions with you.
You got to do it, man. I'm taking my stepson Gabriel with me to Egypt. He'll be there for the second part of the trip, the 4-day tour. I know he can handle 4 days. He's 10, but he'll love climbing inside the pyramids. I'm going to take him all inside the shafts, places where nobody's allowed to go. Miles and miles of inner shafts of the bent pyramid that people, nobody ever spends an hour or 2 inside of there, but we can. And I'll take them all the way to the top of the pyramid from the inside.
You get access to all this stuff.
Yeah, I have VIP access to all this stuff. The Sphinx, I'll take you underneath the Sphinx. Nobody can even touch the Sphinx. Everybody has to go on a ramp on the side about 100 yards away. I'll take you right in between the Sphinx's paw, let you touch the Dreamstone and take a photo with you right there.
Oh man,
Yeah,
that would be amazing.
yeah.
So I want to get into Antarctica.
Oh, yeah.
It really sparked my interest. I had when we met at Dr. Greer's conference, with Eric Hecker.
Yeah.
He talked about how Raytheon has a facility down there. I'd had people email in about this guy, Admiral Byrd, who was a famous explorer, World War II.
Yep.
World War II admiral.
Yeah.
And had done a lot of exploring down there. And then, the more I dig into this, it's just...
Yeah, that's a wild story.
It is. We got in 1954, Admiral Byrd quoted, Antarctica in the future would become the most important place in the world for science. Rockefeller
Yeah.
was a big patron of Byrd's expeditions to the North Pole
Oh, yeah.
and the South Pole. Why do you think Admiral Byrd and the Rockefellers were so much more interested in Antarctica, the South Pole, rather than the North Pole, having been to both?
Well, he had been to both. He had been to the North Pole in the 1920s, and he had seen that. But there is a situation that began to happen during World War II, where they discovered that the Nazis went down to Antarctica and built a base down there, New Schwabenland. And they were like, wait a minute, why in the world would they go to this desolate place? What's down there that they would want to go and go through the harsh weather and risk everything, risk even their lives to be down there and build a base? So he decided to fly down there. Now, there's an incredible story that was in Admiral Byrd's diary that was found by his kids, where he said he flew into an area that opened up at Antarctica, and he went into an area where it was lush and tropical almost. And as he got into this area, this is according to his own diary, people can look this up, something took over his plane, and these 2 UFO-type craft, circular craft, flying saucers, came, and it took over his craft, and it guided him in to this area where they landed. And then they took him to meet somebody that he calls in his diary the Master. Pretty interesting story. And according to this account, the Nazis had gotten help to create these craft called the Hanabu. They had 4 versions of this craft, these circular disc craft, from these people down there. But the guy, this Master, told him that they were wary of the nuclear bombs that had just been utilized, dropped the nuke on Japan and so forth, and they were wary of our experimentation with nuclear devices and wars because they're sharing this planet as well. Pretty interesting story. And so, all of a sudden, Admiral Byrd's going down there with a fleet, not just a small fleet. He took over 3,000 people with him. This was a huge expedition. It was a military expedition. When he got down there, they had a situation where some of these flying objects were attacking some of their ships and actually destroyed some of them. Sent him back home packing with his tail between his legs. This is one of the top admirals, literally the top admiral in the world at the time for the United States military. And he said that we have a new enemy that can fly from pole to pole with extreme speed. Why would he make a statement like that? And then all of a sudden, these Nazi, they are rumored to have these craft, which some of the designs have been found, called Hanabu. And these Hanabu craft had the capability of utilizing a couple different forms of propulsion. One was jets, so they can take off vertically. They had little jets that would thrust and take off vertically, but then from there they can shoot off horizontally. Well, they were using a device that was spinning in the center of the craft, and what it appears to be is they began to copy technology from the ancient Indian Vedas, because Hitler was sending his people all around the world to get knowledge on ancient technology. That's how they found these people in Antarctica. He even sent people to Tibet, Nazis to Tibet, to talk to the people in Tibet to find out about this ancient technology. He found out about Vimanas, and these people supposedly in Antarctica helped him develop a couple of them, where they use a ferrofluid vortex engine. A ferrofluid is a liquid metal like mercury. And in the ancient Indian Vedas, if you take mercury and rotate it at a high rotation, a high RPM, and electrify it, you get something called anti-gravity. So he was utilizing something that had rotating discs underneath these round craft, according to eyewitness accounts, and also the schematics that were discovered during the collapse of Nazi Germany. And it's pretty interesting that I think besides the uranium that's down there in Antarctica, which obviously you know what uranium's used for, right? Nuclear power plants and also nuclear weapons. There's mountains. Admiral Byrd said there were mountains of coal with no ice caps. No ice caps, his exact words. And I can give you a copy to this video. His own mouth is saying, no ice. Mountains of coal that can satisfy the world's need for coal for a very, very, very long time. Also, there's plutonium down there. Again, so uranium and plutonium, we know that if you have a high level of plutonium and uranium, it's one of the easier elements that you can separate the atoms. You can split atoms very easily, which makes it high use for weaponry and also power plants. So that's why the government wanted access down there. That's why the Germans wanted access down there. And that's why after Germany fell, we had Project Paperclip, where we took all the scientists from Germany that had learned all this wisdom and knowledge, and we brought them to America. People think Project Paperclip was just a small number of Nazis. We took over 2,000 Nazis with us and brought them to America and put them in positions of power over technology companies, the CIA, the space program at NASA, and so forth and so on. And we began to develop these technologies. So in a weird kind of way, America became the Fourth Reich, to be honest with you. And I know that they were developing at the time the Hanabu No. 4, which supposedly Hitler never got killed. He escaped in Hanabu No. 4 to Argentina, which is very, very close to where? Antarctica. If you look at Google Sky right now on the computer and look down on Antarctica, you'll find bases from, research bases from every major country in the world there. And you'll also find the Rockefeller Foundation base as well. So Admiral Byrd was right. All the technology and research is the #1 place in the world for technology research is right down there in Antarctica. I believe that as the ice is melting, they're finding remnants of an ancient civilization. We know that Antarctica was not a frozen tundra for 12 million years, like main scientists want you to. Mainstream science says 12 million years to build up all this ice. No, that's not accurate. We know this because of the Perry-Reese map. The Perry-Reese map shows Antarctica what it looked like without ice on it, and that's not even that old. So we know that Antarctica shifted into that spot. How? Because we know that Antarctica is surrounded by tectonic plates. And so that landmass was on a plate that slipped and there was something called a pole shift of the crust of the Earth, which shifted it from a more habitable climate into the position it is now. And that's why the animals that are being uncovered from the ice were flash frozen with undigested food in their stomachs. And there's an entire advanced civilization there, including some of the largest pyramids on Earth, right in Antarctica.
That's what I wanted to get to is so apparently the pyramids down there are they're a lot bigger than the ones in
super
in
megalithic.
Egypt.
Like they make the one at Giza, the Great Pyramid, look like, a buggy, a dune buggy. I mean, these things are super massive.
Do you know anything about them?
No, there's not a lot. There's only a couple things we know. Like one of the pyramids is 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers at the base.
Oh, wow.
Okay. The height is just, it's massive. It's way up there. Like, it's in the thousands of feet. But also one former military person that was a source for Linda Moulton Howe. This was on a documentary she was in. She said that source told her, after going down there for research, I guess, in private security, that it was still emitting some type of exotic energy, which is pretty interesting because that was the second time I heard a statement like that. The first time was on a documentary that came on Discovery Channel about the Bermuda Triangle when they found those pyramids off the coast of Cuba down there, right? Which is clearly scanned. Everybody knows that they exist. But this guy was taking he would get off the boat and take like a dinghy out to float to the center area. And he said the same thing. Some type of exotic energy was draining his batteries on his cameras. He had to try 3 times to get this thing recorded properly. He said exotic energy. And what's interesting is if you take a perfect line and draw it from the tip of the Bermuda Triangle, the center of the Bermuda Triangle, straight through the earth, you come out at the Yonaguni Pyramid at the Dragon's Triangle in Japan, which is also rumored to have disappearances and exotic energy and all this other crazy stuff. So in some way, these pyramid structures around the world are all linked with potentially portals of some type or energetic portals.
Interesting. Just some facts about Antarctica. It's 5 million square miles, 99% of it is covered with ice. It's the highest, driest, and coldest continent on Earth. Record negative 130 degrees Fahrenheit. It's the fifth largest continent, twice the size of Australia. 70% of the planet's fresh water comes from Antarctica. There are rivers and lakes underneath the ice. Mm-hmm. The difference between the North and South Pole, the North Pole ice, the North Pole is ice over water, and it's 10,000 feet deep into the ocean. Mm. The South Pole is ice over land and is 10,000 feet high. That's the center of the plateau. Yeah. And then goes on to talk about the pyramid structures. Yeah. We also signed a treaty, the Antarctica Treaty. Do you know about this?
Yeah, that treaty was to allow peaceful collaboration of research and science down there, no war zone. You can actually go down there. There's a guy who's got a new show on my TV network his name is Brad Olson. It's called The Secrets of Antarctica. He went down there, and so we're documenting the whole thing. He went down there, he pulled up on the research facilities. He had to get approval to come on land. They wouldn't let him inside of the facilities, but he did get a chance to go down there. So people who say it's impenetrable and no human being no civilian can get there, that's actually not true. You actually can. It's very expensive and it's very taxing on the body, but you can get down there. And so it's pretty interesting. So that'll be coming out soon. But there's an opening next to these research facilities. And this is why I believe they made this treaty, this sharing of information treaty or whatever. There's a 30-meter wide opening there. You can see it on the Google Sky thing. And what's interesting, on Google Earth, I'm sorry. And when you look at it, like what's in there? Now, why are they over here? And why are they so close to this gigantic opening? What's in there? I think the answer is whatever Admiral Byrd came across, or whatever they're coming across, I think it's linked. I think there's a remnant of ancient civilization in there that possibly is still there, and they're in communication with them, in my opinion. Another thing that backs this up, I took a remote viewing course with Major Ed Dames, Project Stargate, former CIA, United States. And his project was for remote viewing. So I took a course with him several years. He was my actual teacher, my direct teacher. It wasn't like I was under some other people that worked with him. No, he was my direct teacher. There's pictures of me with this man. And he told me that there's beings that have easy and free access to come and go as they please from Antarctica. And at one of these classes, class was over. It was like a 10-hour class. We were just sitting around talking, having a casual conversation. He told me a few other things, but that was one of the things that kind of stood out. And he says they come and go as they please because nobody can stop them.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
What do you make of Eric Hecker's testimony?
Where am I?
What is this?
It's breakfast.
Breakfast.
No. Breakfast is a meal you should actually want to eat.
Breakfast the way you should breakfast. With Smithfield.
Kayak. Why do people use kayak to compare hundreds of travel sites at once? I don't get it. I like to do things myself. Even if I don't get a great deal, I still feel connected to it. What kind of connection would I have with the salmon if I bought it at the supermarket? Ah. We are connected.
Kayak. Search one and done.
Oh, it's pretty interesting, man. Look, I mean, a lot of these guys are pretty shaken up, you know? You know that from how hard it is for them to talk about what happened, that they went through something. It's pretty clear to see that something happened that affected them in a way that they'll probably never be the same again, you know? So when you see that, you have to say, man, what happened? And, you know, you have to almost kind of take them for their word. Now, there's always my story, your story, and the truth, right? There's always a combination of all. But from these guys' perspective and from my perspective looking in, I believe honestly that, you know, that something happened, and they're doing the best. He's doing the best he can to describe what it was.
Are you familiar with the bell?
The Nazi bell, the Die Glock?
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that?
Unforbidden knowledge.
You know about all of it.
The Die Glock. The Die Glock is an amazing device that was being developed by the Nazis during World War II. This Die Glock, again, technology that they learned about through an advanced civilization that they were in communication with through the Thule Society. This Thule, Thule, Thule Society, they were using psychics to channel information from an advanced alien race. And they were taking this knowledge and then turning it into actual real workable technology. And so they had this thing in Germany called the henge, where they had these gigantic stone pillars in the shape of a henge, and they had the Die Glock in the middle. It looked like an acorn, a UFO type, but an acorn-shaped UFO. And it had these multi-counterclockwise spinning pieces on it that was spinning all different ways. The ultimate purpose of it seems to have been some type of time travel. And this thing at one point, based on eyewitness accounts, it's turned on and activated, and it disappeared from the henge. It was seen like, I forget how many decades later. I think it crashed somewhere in Virginia or something, according to these accounts. I got to look that up to make sure I'm not making a mistake there. But it reappeared later, and it crashed somewhere, I believe, in the Americas. And this thing was the same exact shape and description as the Die Glock. And what was it for? I believe that they were trying to tap into time travel so that they can go back in time and change the past so they can have a Nazi-dominant future. You see, they want to alter realities. The only problem with going back in time they didn't take into consideration is that if you go back in time, you can't alter the future reality that you existed in on the same timeline. Because when you go back in time, you shift into a different alternate timeline altogether, allowing you to go back in time in the first place and see even yourself. So it's like the grandfather paradox, right? If you go back in time and kill your grandfather, how in the world were you born to go back in time to kill your grandfather? Well, the answer is you shift into an alternate timeline. Now, going into the future, you stay on the same timeline. We know this because time travel into the future happens every day. Even when you get on an airplane, you travel into the future based on relativity. The person standing still on the ground and you moving across the sky in a plane, we know that you're moving forward in time by microns of tenths of a second, but you're moving in time. Same thing with astronauts when they travel into space. We know for a fact that because they're traveling at high speeds, they come back, microns of a second younger than us. So traveling to the future, you can stay on the same timeline, but going into the past, you can't. So that whole thing would have failed anyway.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Fascinating stuff. Let's take another break. When we come back, I want to talk a little bit about Elon Musk and the big push to settle Mars.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right.
Cool. You've heard the buzz about ketone supplements and how they can boost your workouts by helping your body use fatty acids for fuel. I take a shot of HVMN ketone supplement before my morning workout. It's focused energy. It's not an energy drink though. It's like a feeling of being in the zone. I don't feel hyper jittery, anxiety, stuff like I get when I drink too much coffee. They're great for cycling, long runs, and all kinds of workouts, and can help you stay sharper on a regular basis. We also just received some exciting news. In addition to being available in select Equinox gyms, Ketone IQ can now be found in local Sprout stores nationwide. I wish I'd had this product when I was on active duty. I get better endurance, I don't get the crash, and it helps curb my appetite. HVMN is offering my audience 30% off your first subscription order of Ketone IQ. You can save 30% off your first subscription order of Ketone IQ at hvmn.com/Sean. Again, visit hvmn.com/Sean and subscribe upon checkout for 30% off. You know, whenever I look at pictures of my kids from the past year or even just a few months ago, I am amazed at how fast they're growing up. And then it hits me hard. I'm getting older too. That's why planning for my family's financial security has become a top priority. Making sure we're prepared and have enough life insurance in case something unexpected happens and I'm out of the picture is crucial. And Fabric by Gerber Life makes it simple to get the protection that's right for your family. Fabric by Gerber Life was designed by parents for parents to help you get a high-quality, surprisingly affordable term life insurance policy in less than 10 minutes. You could go to start from covered in less than 10 minutes with no health exam required. With over 1,800 five-star reviews, they're rated as excellent on Trustpilot. Join the thousands of parents who trust Fabric to protect their family. Apply today in just minutes at meetfabric.com/Sean. That's meetfabric.com/Sean, MEET fabric.com/Sean. Policies issued by Western Southern Life Assurance Company, not available in certain states. Prices subject to underwriting and health questions. All right, Billy, we're back from the break. I want to talk about Mars. So we see Mars and just space in general. We see, as time goes on, we see more and more billionaires, trillionaires, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Richard Branson. I mean, there's this obsession with space. And Elon says, I believe he wants to occupy Mars by, is it 2025? And why is the fascination in space? Has all of Earth been discovered? I mean,
no.
Is it hopeless here? Why is everybody moving to space?
Yeah, well, in their mind, it's hopeless here. And so we haven't even, really looked at the oceans that much. There's so much going on here on this planet. We haven't explored a lot of Earth. There's so much more to explore. However, based on the way we're set up as a global economic system, and you look at what's going on, it just seems to a lot of billionaires that the next big move is, let's go create a breakaway civilization and start our own thing over here, basically is what it is. And so we know that Mars has a lot of data over the last several decades. Why? Because we've sent so many missions to Mars, and so has Russia as well. If you look at the total amount of missions to Mars with rovers and satellites and calculate the expenditure, you're in the trillions of dollars. Now, why would anybody spend trillions of dollars to go visit a cold, dry rock? So it makes these billionaires start asking questions, and then they're in the in crowd so they can get some answers, and they find out that Mars is not exactly what we've been told in terms of habitability. We found out that Mars, we were told, was a cold, dry rock with no magnetic field, and DNA would just unravel based on the radiation. All of a sudden, the new science has come out. Mars has a rotating magnetic field. And not only that, it spins on its axis almost at the same exact speed of Earth. So a day on Mars is like 23.5 hours. And so that speed of the rotation on its axis creates something called bow shock, which bends and warps cosmic rays and radiation around the planet, along with the weakened magnetic field. You can actually survive. Anything with DNA can survive on the surface. Also now, the science data has come back from the REMS unit we sent there, and there's oxygen.
There is oxygen.
There is oxygen on Mars. Yes, there's oxygen. Not only that, guess what they said about the soil? They said the soil on Mars is better for growing crops than the soil on Earth.
Are you serious?
I'm dead serious. How would they know this, right? Also, there's not just oxygen, but all the other gases that are needed to sustain biological life. Now, is oxygen still leaking into the atmosphere? Yes, it's still leaking out into the atmosphere, but there's somewhere being generated. They keep finding more and more oxygen is being generated from somewhere as it's leaking. So who's creating or what is creating this oxygen? I believe, my personal opinion, this is not in any science book, that there are trees and plant life on Mars based on some of the satellite images that I've seen. I'm going to send you some to show to your viewers with the source links and so they can look it up themselves and see for themselves what I'm looking at. I believe that there's a source that is generating, and they've also found a lot of methane. Why is there methane? Methane is usually a byproduct of a biological process. There's a lot of methane on Mars, which means something is alive and something is creating waste product. Now, I don't see any cows on TV on Mars, so something's up there. They don't want to tell us what it is. So my personal opinion, based off of my research and what I've seen in some of these anomalies that exist in the images, they are building a breakaway civilization on Mars because that's the next big place to go and create their own thing. And there's an infrastructure that is being built there for a very, very long time. And when they arrive, they are going to inhabit those infrastructures. They're not going to be living in a tin can and walking around in a spacesuit until they die. Billionaires that have the creature comforts of this planet, oceans, lakes, rivers, private jet flights, parties and mansions and everything else, aren't going to go live in a tin can until they die. There's something up there that they know exists, and they're going to live in it. Most of it, I believe, is underground, subterranean, and that's where they're going. And it's a great place to become an explorer. I wouldn't mind going to Mars. If I can get a way to get a ticket to Mars, I actually believe I would go. I would love to see some of these anomalies that I found up there with my own eyes.
I need to correct myself. It's by 2050. They're
2050?
saying Mars will be inhabited.
Well, actually, he's changed that. Okay, look at some of the older articles. Originally, it was 2020. Then I believe it was 2025, then 2030. Now it's 2050. Originally, he wanted to take 80,000 people. Then it went up from there. I think it's now 1 million people he wants to do it with. So it keeps changing. You might have heard 2025 or read it somewhere before, but the timeline keeps changing as the reality of the technology accomplishing its mission changes. And he's utilizing something extremely dangerous to get there. I would never go with Elon Musk technology because it has too many components. First, it has to lift off from Earth and go into space, not with no people on it. Then it's got to build its own space little station up there, right? And it's going to fuel up. And then another thing has to launch and connect to that. And then they both have to take off and go to Mars. And then something's got to detach and go down to the surface and start building things and doing this and doing that and getting fuel ready for a return or whatever they need for whatever they need to create on the surface. And then after years of that going on, then people get in the ship and they take off and this other thing has to come back and they got to connect to that and they got to ride that to Mars. It's like, come on. You know how many accidents can happen? Are you kidding me? This is like a bad deck of cards just waiting to collapse. One mistake anywhere in any component and everybody's dead. So to me, it's a joke. I mean, I'd rather go on Branson. Richard Branson has a better idea. He's got a space plane. It takes off, it flies into space, it comes back. It doesn't even have the heat tiles underneath it because it drops through the atmosphere and comes straight back in, and then it flies back to the ground. I'd rather go on something like that than go on something that has 100,000 connections that have got to be made before you can even step foot on the surface.
Yeah. Why do you think that these elitists are done here on Earth?
You know, it's like, how many times can you beat a dead horse? And the big problem we have is a lot of people are waking up now, right? Evidence of that is the fact that we're sitting here talking about this on this podcast to millions of people. I'm on mainstream TV shows. I'm on History Channel, Discovery Channel, Science Channel, Travel Channel. I'm on mainstream shows talking about these topics because people want to hear them now. When I first started talking about this stuff, I would hide in the bushes and talk to one like friend. And now all of a sudden I could talk to the world through many different platforms. So the world is waking up. The world is changing and becoming a much different place. And how long will it be before the people say, we're not going to play your game anymore. We're just done. And this whole thing shifts in another direction. And that could cause a lot of turmoil and in the transition process, a lot of wars, infighting, civil stuff, civil wars. It can cause economic collapses, which can cause a lot of starvation and poverty in the interim while things recoalesce. And they're thinking, you know what? How can we avoid all of this? Let's just go to Mars, start fresh.
That's interesting. I mean, what do you, in your mind, do you think this is going to happen by 2050?
I believe it can happen before then, actually. Yeah, I think that the technology he's talking about utilizing is basing it on technology from like 2015. That any technology that's using now was developed 10 years ago. And so by 2050, you're talking about technology that he probably had developed maybe in 2038 or something like that. So I think it'll happen a lot sooner than that. And I have a lot of, I'm an optimist. I have optimistic mentality. I believe that I have a lot of optimism in humanity that we are going to come through this time in our short lifespan on this planet through what we're doing to each other, the divide and conquer tactics, the separation, the division. We're going to see through all this illusion that's been put on us and programmed into our bodies. I think eventually we're going to rise up and take back control of this planet, reform this global economic system in something that's positive, that works. And I believe we're going to start heading back towards a golden age again. There were golden ages in the past on this planet, and I believe that we're headed back to another one again. It's going to take some time. It's a gradual, slow process, but look where we came from in only 100 years, like I said earlier. A horse, buggy, and carriage are putting cars in space. So I believe that it's going to happen. I think that we've gotten past this nuclear scare, my personal opinion. I think that the beings up there let us know by showing up at these flights and these missile silos and deactivating our nukes that we weren't going to be able to use them whether we wanted to or not anyway, after what we did to Japan and so forth. And so I just believe that we're in a stage right now where we got past destroying ourselves. And after we get through this arduous process of learning how to walk, because we're children, we got to learn how to walk, then we'll learn how to run. It's going to take some time, but we'll get there. So if you look at Mars, you'll find that a lot of the anomalies are kind of really resemble ancient structures on Earth. Not only that, we've actually discovered things that look like, and we can't say they are because we're not there, that look like ankhs. You know, the shape of the Egyptian ankh. We found quite a few laying on the surface of Mars in different areas and so forth. How in the world can the Egyptian ankh be on Mars? Things carved into size of mountains that look like Egyptian motif. Why would that be on Mars and on Earth? Building remnants of what looks like ancient structures that resemble the same construction technique that we see in Peru and Bolivia and Egypt and everywhere else. And so it's like, why in the world would we see something so similar on Mars and on Earth? What is the connection? When you go into the ancient Sumerian tablets, you discover that there were beings living on Mars called the Igigi in these ancient tablets. They were the working class Anunnaki people, and they were up there creating a breakaway civilization, but the atmosphere was very harsh as it is today. And so they were complaining to their rulers who were on Earth, Enki, Enlil, and Anu, that the conditions up there were kind of harsh, and they don't mind it, but they would just like to have a break. And they also said, and by the way, we would love to have some women too. They didn't have any women, supposedly. They wanted some women, and they wanted to take a rest. And so they weren't given a break. And so in the Epic of Atrahasis, they decided to go to war against the kings of Earth. These are the sons of God. Anu was called the God figure, and his sons would be these Igigi beings, the sons of God that fell to Earth and rebelled against God. They came down from Mars to Earth. They encircled the campus in South Africa called Adam's Calendar. And the whole thing is scripted out in this tablet, how they were about to go to war, literally, and fight. And then Enki says, I have an idea. There's an existing hominid on this planet. We can add our essence to it and get it to bear your load. So an agreement was made and the war was thwarted that one time. And eventually they did go to war. However, these beings were traveling back and forth from Earth to Mars. They had the same construction technique, the same concepts, the same knowledge and everything else, the same blueprints. And they were building a concurrent running civilization on Mars that was running on Earth. And that's why when you look at some of these images, we meaning my team of anomaly hunters, have downloaded over 1 million images and have cataloged over 60,000 amazing anomalies from Mars image data that shows you this is not just a rare thing, a rare occurrence. It's circumstantial evidence that links Mars to Earth. Another incredible thing. Remember, they said they took women back with them in this tablet. The human being circadian rhythm is actually more in tune to Mars' daylight and night cycle than the Earth daylight night cycle. That's real biology, real science. That's interesting. So you start putting all these pieces of the puzzle together, and all of a sudden, it looks like we have a direct connection with Mars, the god of war. And why the god of war? Because in that last war, according to the tablets, it extended all the way to Mars. And what has happened on Mars? It looks like it was in a war. And when you analyze the Mars Global Surveyor data and the other data from the rovers, you find that there's xenon in the atmosphere and xenon in the soil. But not any kind of xenon, weapons-grade xenon. That's a byproduct of nuclear warfare. Where'd that come from? Pretty interesting.
Very interesting. Let's move into some consciousness stuff.
Okay.
So I would like to talk about quantum entanglement and consciousness and how they blend together.
Yeah, beautiful. That's a huge topic. I talk about that in my Manifest Destiny classes every year because it's a huge topic for people to understand how they're manifesting and how they're even getting ideas. A lot of the times you're entangling with information. If you go into a laboratory and you take two particles and you use a laser with something called parabolic down conversion, you can get those particles on the same frequency. Once you get those particles to vibrate at the same frequency, you can entangle them. Once they're entangled, what happens is, let's say they were atoms, right? Mm-hmm. Atoms all have spin rates. So you can get one is spinning rating up and the other one is spinning down, and they're entangled. If I take the atom that's spinning down and take it to the other end of the galaxy, or the other end of the universe for that matter, if I had the capability, if I was to make the one local to me spin up, the one that's down will go up, and vice versa. I can utilize that to send rudimentary communication through ups and downs, zeros and ones, right? So you have this entanglement that happens which bypasses the speed of light. It bypasses space-time. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance, right? So now what scientists discovered later on is that our thoughts phase in and out of this dimension, our synapses between our neurons in our own brain. They disappear sometimes and go where? They say that they're going and entangling with information in other dimensions, other places. So I began to hypothesize that this could be the reason behind ideas popping up in your head, people unknowingly developing the same inventions at the same time in different parts of the world simultaneously, roughly around the same time. And also the capability for people to manifest things and attract things into their life. A lot of the times I believe that this way that you're thinking and focusing your mind, your brain, your conscious energy, it becomes a magnet. So if you look at Einstein's theory of relativity and you look at a planet, you'll see that a planet warps space around it. That's why gravity happens. Things fall toward the mass because space is warped, it's bent. Replace that planet with your consciousness. Now that's warping the ether of this metaverse. And what's happening is things are falling toward you when you focus on them. The things that you want to bring into your life, negative or positive, whatever you focus on is falling toward you. A lot of the times I believe that part of that falling toward, the initiation of it, is an entanglement. When you start to focus your mind heavily on a specific thing that you want to manifest into your life or bring into your reality, somehow those synapses entangle with something in the universe. Then the universe says, send this his way, send this her way, and it begins to fall toward you. And this is how I believe on the spiritual level, this ability for us to attract things into our life and attract our realities into our life based on what we're focusing on, conscious thought, happens. And what's interesting with the conscious thought is we now know that, like I said earlier, our mind is connecting to up to 11 dimensions, which is pretty interesting. So as you're focusing on things, you could even be connecting to information in higher dimensions. Could it be that some psychics, mystics, right? Edgar Casey, who would go into this type of a half days and tap into information to give people cures for their illnesses and diseases that would actually work? Could he be tapping into quantum entangled thoughts that exist? He said he would send his mind out into the universe to get the answer because the answers already exist. And he would get the answer back. So in some way, I believe we're all entangling with information throughout the universe. It's just that sometimes we don't discern what that information is, and some people who seem to have these special abilities are able to discern the information as it comes back in, analyze it, and then it can actually even speak on it or utilize it in some way, shape, or form.
Do you think everybody has these abilities?
Yeah. I think everyone
Only a
has
couple
them.
of us have developed them.
Right. I think that we all had them at a higher level. If you look into the ancient texts again, there were people here already, and their bones have been found. Bigger jaw bones, much bigger skulls, which means bigger brains, not smaller brains, bigger brains. We know this because there's more mass capacity, more cranial capacity for mass in the skull area. And so we're talking about a very sophisticated cousin of ours that existed here before we became Homo sapiens sapien. And I believe that we all have these abilities natural, you know, telekinesis, telepathy, psychic abilities, and the ability to observe the Earth's magnetic field. All of that was built into us and still is. If you look right now in science, we have billions of magnetite crystals in our heads, but yet you and I can't navigate the Earth without GPS. Why is that? Our magnetite crystals are still tracking Earth's magnetic field. We are completely unaware of it. They took a person, put them into a room, put a giant bar magnet over their head, and put a cap on your head to track the crystals or orientation. The crystals were tracking the orientation of the magnet. We should be able to navigate like turtles and birds do and so forth and else, but we don't have the ability to because why? We've lost our conscious awareness of what's already happening inside of us. Then we have a lot of junk DNA. I don't believe it's junk. I believe that DNA used to be connected and that now it's been disconnected by some artificial force, which has disconnected us from a lot of our natural, everyday, birthright given abilities.
What is junk DNA?
What scientists say is junk DNA is just extra DNA that they have no idea what it's for. It's just kind of laying there, laying around, but it's not used for anything whatsoever. It just happens to just be in the body, but it's totally useless and not plugged into anything.
Okay.
But in my opinion, it's supposed to be plugged into something. It's supposed to be connected. It's supposed to be active. And, we know that DNA is a storage medium of information. A scientist named George Church took his ebook, which was, I forget how many pages it was, a few hundred pages, even multimedia stuff in the book. He then transmitted that book from a computer onto DNA. And then he was able to transmit it back from the DNA back up to the server again into the book. He replicated it then 80 billion times, the book. He replicated on his computer 80 billion times and then put it on the DNA and it fit in one drop. 1 gram of DNA can hold over 433 petabytes of data. So they said, wait a minute, this is crazy. So Microsoft started experimenting with this too. So they were able to take data, zeros and ones, convert it into A's, C's, T's, and G's, which is what read-write is on our DNA, and then put the data in a volume on DNA, and then take the data from the DNA and move it back from A's, C's, T's, and G's into zeros and ones and put it back on another computer. So now they have made a working DNA hard drive, which now you can store immense amount of information. They estimate that one human body can store 13.5 billion years of data.
Wow.
And how old is the universe?
I have no idea.
13.5 billion years. Everything that exists, everything that's happened since the beginning of time is stored inside of your individual body and mine as well.
Whoa.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to say to that.
It's massive. We're a walking universal library. We are the way for the universe to figure out and explore the third dimension and understand what it's like to be and live in the third dimension as every individual living thing. And we're all connected through this quantum entanglement. Every single thing that exists is all connected, still connected. Space is an illusion. Distance is an illusion. Separation is all an illusion.
What do you mean it's an illusion?
We appear to be sitting in two separate chairs with a space in between us.
Mm-hmm.
But we're all atoms on an energetic grid that's connected and has always been connected. So the space in between us appears to be a distance, but if you go on the quantum level, you discover that we're both local. We're still in the same position, which is the original position. This entire universe is made up of a complete holography. We're living in a fractal holographic matrix, a matrix of light. And it doesn't take away from there being a creator, because what I'm telling you about is the method used of this to make this creation. The method is a fractal holographic matrix, a matrix of light. Quantum physicists will tell you that a human being exists both as a wave of light and also solid matter. And they got the first image of a wave converting into solid matter on a special type of camera. This is in physics.org. So in wave particle duality, they discovered that everything in the entire universe exists first as waves of light until a conscious observer interacts with it, and then it collapses. This is hard to wrap your mind around, but imagine this. We're sitting here. Your house, it exists as a wave of potentials, not your house. It's a wave of light. Now, the construction technique of the stacking of those atoms that built your house has a specific resonant frequency, so no matter who looks at it, it always collapses into the same exact shape. But if nobody's looking, it's just a wave of potentials. Until you see it, when you bend the corner, it collapses back into a solid structure. This is now well-known, proven science due to the double slit experiment. If you look that up, you'll find out they took a microscopic box, they put a little gun inside that can shoot individual electrons through slits inside the box to hit the back wall. So the two slits here, and they want these particles to hit the back wall to see if it was going to make a digital imprint on the back wall. Well, when they did this, when they looked, it was waves. So they said, wait a minute, how can there be a wave pattern on the back wall? We shot individual single electrons through the slits. There should be dot, 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 dot. I said, we got to look at this and see what's going on. So they put a camera in the box to see what was happening. When they looked, just looking, all of a sudden the electron said, oh, you're looking at me? Okay, I'm going to go back to being solid matter now. Dot, 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 dot. Took the camera away, waves. Put the camera back, dot, 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 dot. Oh, electrons are conscious. They are aware that they're being observed. And electrons orbit every atom in the universe, which means every atom is conscious. That means you think that you're sitting in a chair that's just made by man. We didn't make this chair. We stacked atoms. We stacked conscious atoms in a format that allowed us to sit on them. Everything is conscious. This chair is conscious. This suit is conscious. Everything is conscious because they're all made of atoms. And all we are ourselves are a stack of conscious atoms observing ourselves right now. You see? And so it gets really deep, man. I can go deeper and deeper, but it's pretty powerful stuff.
Keep going. Keep going.
So the benefit of knowing this, imagine teaching your kids that everything that exists is conscious. A rock, a blade of grass, your clothing, even your book bag is aware. It's conscious. Imagine teaching them how to respect conscious things, the level of respect they will have for their personal items, their bike, their clothing, their book bag, their schoolwork. Understanding and knowing that everything that they interact with, everything that they touch or see has a level of consciousness imbued into it. Now you're training your kid to be a super conscious person that understands, like, treat everything that exists, no matter whether we think man made it or it's natural, with respect and dignity. That's the depth of understanding that people need to get to. And when we can get to that level of understanding, wow.
So if we're all, I mean, in which we are, I do understand, if we're all stacked atoms,
Yep.
stacked conscious atoms,
Yep.
what holds us together?
Electromagnetic forces. That's what holds us together. You don't touch anything. So I may look like I'm touching this chair right now, right? I'm not actually touching the chair. You actually never touch anything. The repulsion of the electromagnetic frequency orbiting the electrons and atoms in my hand are repelling the ones inside the chair, creating a repulsive force, not allowing my hand to pass through the chair, because honestly, atoms are 99.999% empty space. And so what that means is atoms are mostly empty. There's nothing there. The only thing we have is these electromagnetic fields that give us the illusion of separation and solidity. And so if I can obtain the atomic frequency of the vibration of the atoms in this chair and make my hand match that frequency, I would pass my hand right through the chair like it didn't even exist. So there's probably people, beings, maybe on other planets or maybe even here now, that have learned this technique. We're going to match the frequency of this wall and just walk right through. Imagine the military puts on a special suit that can match the frequency of a solid concrete wall and walk right through the wall. It's going to look like magic, but it's just technology, you see? They understand how to match frequencies. If I took all 8 billion people on Earth and took away the empty space in their atoms, I can fit every human being into one sugar cube. There's nothing here. we're not even here. That's how it's really our higher selves. See, our consciousness doesn't exist. It's not created by the brain, I should say. It exists, but it's not created by the brain. It exists in a higher dimension. It's here in the third dimension now because it's inhabiting this avatar body, but it's coming in on a beam of light, on an invisible beam. We're inhabiting this avatar body. If you understand that your body doesn't create the consciousness, it downloads it. And what downloads it into your body? You have your neural correlates of consciousness, which are 3 giant neurons that wrap around the inside of the skull like a giant crown of thorns. Sound familiar? Everyone walks around with a crown of thorns in their head right now. And then you have your neocortex in the front, which is for spatial and higher reasoning. And then you have your magnetite crystals. And so those 3 things together harness and hold in the frequency that is you, that is saying, this is who I am. And it allows you to inhabit temporally, this avatar body until this avatar body gives out and ceases to operate and exist because of entropy, and releases that spirit energy back into the source, where it will then be recycled once again somewhere else. And so this, the understanding of this is just so powerful, because you got to understand that you are already eternal. We're already eternal beings. When you talk to yourself, you're talking to your higher self from a higher dimension. You're speaking to yourself in another realm. We are all supernatural, eternal beings. A lot of people are trying to fight to become eternal, but we already are eternal. We've already been here for eons and eons. There could be people that you know that look like kids that are ancient. And there also can be people that are older people that are newborn babies, spiritually. Could be their first time arriving here in this energy format.
You're talking about old souls.
Old souls, right. Exactly, old souls. There could be a kid that could be ancient, could be eons old. And there could be a lady that could be 70, that could be brand new. First cycle here, first time operating in this energy, in this spiritual energy, in this dimension. So it's a lot to grasp. I know I threw a lot at you at once, but it's such a huge story. I think it's really amazing. For me, it makes me feel more incredible. I feel like I'm part of something super massive and big. I don't think it makes me feel small at all. I feel like because everything is connected, that everything is me and everything is you. If I'm talking to you, I'm really talking to myself. There's only one consciousness that exists.
Well, that was actually a question I wanted to ask you. Do you think that we share consciousness?
Absolutely.
Well, then, if we share consciousness, why is there good and evil? Why are there murderers? Why are there child rapists? Why do all these bad things happen?
It's all aspect of one. So if you look even in the Bible, God says, I create the good and I create the evil. Do what I, saith the Lord. He says he creates the good and the evil, not Satan. He says, I do this. Yin and yang, good and evil, positive, negative. This is what permeates the entire universe.
Do you think there's a way to tap into other, now I'm confused.
Okay.
So if we're all one consciousness, how can we not tap into each other's consciousness? Or do you believe that we can?
I just told you earlier, there's a way to hack into other people's minds. But let me explain it to you in this way. If you turn on the radio, you can tune into 99.1, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5. You can change channel. All those stations are coming from one source, right? A few miles away. And so you have to understand what has been done here. Everything we create is a fractal of what's on the largest scale, as above, so below. So what would a radio be universally? Okay, consciousness says, okay, I want to see what it's like to experience life in this third dimension as everything that can possibly exist in every format. So I'm going to transmit out these frequencies. 99.1, Billy Carson. 99.2, you. 99.3, Jane Doe. 99.4, so forth and so on. And so these frequencies are encapsulated in our bodies, but they're coming from one source. A slight variance of the main frequency, a slight dot number off, and you have another experience, you see? And that's what's happening. And so it's a way for the universe to understand and know itself and experience everything from every perspective you can possibly think of, and also possibly for the creator to see will this experiment eventually funnel out or dispense all the darkness and become a universe full of light? Could this be a grand experiment? It's very possible as well.
Are you getting into we're living in a simulation?
I believe that we're living in a simulation.
I don't understand it. I don't understand when people say we're living in a simulation. I have no idea what they're talking about.
So if you understand that we're still talking about a creation, right? So we believe, most people believe that we're living in a created universe. I happen to believe so because when I look at the science, the quantum physics proves to me that someone or something created this. This doesn't just pop up out of the blue and just, hey, here we are. There's a universe with people in it. So if you look at the quantum physics and what's been done recently in laboratories, scientists were able to do something incredible. They created an 8th dimensional quasi-crystal. Now this 8th dimensional quasi-crystal, it gave them a glimpse into understanding the 3rd dimension, and this is how. When they positioned it in a particular angle, it created, excuse me, when they positioned it in a particular angle, it created something called a 4th dimensional quasi-crystal. And when they positioned the 4th dimensional quasi-crystal in a particular angle, it cast a shadow of a sphere. And the sphere is our universe. So they discovered that we are living in the shadow of a higher dimension. In other words, the angle of a higher multidimensional quasi-crystal potentially could be what has created this gigantic sphere we call our universe. And what's interesting about that is this is a shadow, but not a shadow of darkness, it's a shadow of light. It's a light matrix. We're talking about the spiritual technology utilized to create this entire realm. This entire realm was created with some type of spiritual technology, and this technology is so incredible, it's imbued with divine matter, divine wisdom, divine knowledge, but it's also imbued with darkness. But what's interesting about the darkness in this yin and yang, it always seems to be a battle against each other, but in the end, for the most part, the light always seems to win. Even if it takes a long period of time, the cycle happens where the darkness leaves and the light comes in. We're sitting in a room right now that's pretty well lit, right? If I was to turn on something dark, I couldn't make the light dim any. In other words, there's no darkness I can inject into this room with these physical lights that would make this room dark right now. But if I turn all these lights off and just do something as simple as turn on the light on my cell phone, the darkness will flee from that light instantaneously. So the smallest amount of light will make darkness flee. And so I take that to the universal scale because I believe it's all fractal. I believe that it's all as above, so below. And it's all about how many conscious beings does it take before the darkness flees. There's a number that we have to hit. When we hit that specific percentage of number of awakened souls on this planet, that's when it will flee. What we're talking about is obtaining Christ consciousness. I get a little emotional about this because it's so powerful. Sorry. So we're talking about this. See, Christ never said he was returning. Jesus never said he was coming back. He said that Christ will return. We're talking about this. When every single person gets this right, it's back. And we're back in the golden age.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. You want to take a break?
Yeah.
I want to tell you about this business venture I've been on for about the past 7-8 months, and it's finally come to fruition. I've been hell-bent on finding the cleanest functional mushroom supplement on the planet, and that all kind of stemmed from the psychedelic treatment I did. Came out of it, got a ton of benefits, haven't had a drop of alcohol in almost 2 years. I'm more in the moment with my family. And that led me down researching the benefits of just everyday functional mushrooms. And I started taking some supplements. I found some coffee replacements. I even repped a brand. And, you know, it got to the point where I just wanted the finest ingredients available, no matter where they come from. And it got to this point where I was just going to start my own brand. And so we started going to trade shows and looking for the finest ingredients. And in doing that, I ran into this guy, maybe you've heard of him. His name's Laird Hamilton and his wife, Gabby Reese. And they have an entire line of supplements with all the finest ingredients. And we got to talking. Turns out they have the perfect functional mushroom supplement. It's actually called Performance Mushrooms. And this has everything. It's USDA organic. It's got chaga, cordyceps, lion's mane, maitake. This stuff is amazing for energy balance, for cognition. Look, just being honest, see a lot of people taking care of their bodies. I do not see a lot of people taking care of their brain. This is the product, guys. And so we got to talking, and our values seemed very aligned. We're both into the functional mushrooms. And after a lot of back and forth, I am now a shareholder in the company. I have a small amount of ownership, and I'm just really proud to be repping and be a part of the company that's making the best functional mushroom supplement on the planet. You can get this stuff at LairdSuperfoods.com. You can use the promo code SRS. That'll get you 20% off these performance mushrooms or anything in the store. They got a ton of good stuff. Once again, that's LairdSuperfoods.com. Use the promo code SRS. That gets you 20% off. You guys are going to love this stuff. I guarantee it.
Hey guys, let me tell you about this subscription service that I've been working real hard on called Vigilance Elite Patreon. Basically on Patreon, we have it broken up into 3 different tiers. We got tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. Let's dive in.
Our tier 1 patrons get all the behind the scenes footage of the Sean Ryan Show. That could include behind the scenes photos, that could be side conversations that we have in between breaks, that could be specific questions that our patrons give us for the guest on the Sean Ryan Show, and a ton of bonus content that doesn't really fit into any specific category. For our tier 2 patrons, they get access to our tactical training library, which consists of well over 100 videos. We've broken those videos up into separate categories, and those categories are rifle fundamentals, pistol fundamentals, drills, tactics, driving, gear and weapon setups, and everybody's favorite, mindset. Also on tier 2, you will get a live update from me on the 1st and the 15th of every month, where we talk about the upcoming guests on the Sean Ryan Show, plus all the benefits of tier 1. Our top tier, which is tier 3, gets full access to all the other tiers, plus they get full access to me, where we do video teleconferencing, VTC, once a month. We discuss anything from tactics to current events to who's coming on the show. I take suggestions, and it's very interactive. No matter what tier you choose, the support is greatly appreciated, and it is the only thing that makes this show drive on. So thank you for all the support. See you on Patreon. All right, Billy, we're back from the break. Okay. We're talking about shared consciousness.
Yeah.
While we were talking about that, I had a thought pop in my head. Like I said, I've been diving deep into all of this stuff.
Yeah.
I hear a lot about the multiverse, and that they now believe, this is everywhere.
Yeah.
I'm not making this shit up.
Yeah.
They believe that there are multiple universes out there, and they've actually found the edge of our universe.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that for a little bit?
Absolutely. Not only did they find the edge of our universe, but they also found what seems to be a merging part or the beginning part of another universe overlapping slightly.
Really?
Yeah. You can look this up. This is pretty interesting because now it proves like, wait a minute, there is a multiverse. And so we're not the only one. So what happens at the other side of a black hole? Could it be a white hole? So as energy is being sucked out of one universe, is it going in and creating another universe from scratch? Is that the Big Bang? Where the energy is coming from? All these questions start to pop up and arise. But I do believe that we're living in a soup of universes. Like, we're just one of many universes. I think it goes many levels. First of all, I believe we're in a fractal holographic universe, number one, which means that we're not even close to base reality, that there are realities that have been created and created and created. Give you an example real quick. And then I'll go into the multi part of it. We have video games, right, that exist. One is called No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky was created by like 14 college kids on one DVD. It has 80 quadrillion planets. The game never ends, and unlimited numbers of life forms as they travel throughout this game. The game never ends, and life forms evolve and come into existence and everything else. There's a universe on one DVD. Now, what happens if you put AI on that software? Then those beings become conscious, and those animals become conscious. Another game that exists is The Sims. The Sims are people that have jobs, go to work, have babies, go to parties, hang out, and all this kind of stuff. That's the video game. They're talking about putting AI into The Sims. They're going to become conscious. Now, what happens in The Sims and this other game, No Man's Sky, when these people become conscious from the AI and then write their own programs inside the program and create another conscious universe and another one and another one? So the universe could be many, many layers deep. And that's just a hypothesis, but what I'm saying is we may not be in base reality, being that we could have been created by an ancestor of another universe. And how many of these multiverses exist out there? And I believe also that in each universe, based on just understanding quantum physics and quantum mechanics, there's a doppelganger potentially of you in a lot of these universes. So you exist, every potential outcome of you exists in every universe. So in some universes, you're not sitting here talking to me because this is not even your career. You might still be in the military in another universe and so forth and so on. You see, all the potential outcomes that you could think about actually play themselves out in the multiverse. And so what's pretty interesting, even if you travel back in time, like I said, you shift into an alternate timeline, I believe that you shift into another universe. Something very similar to your own, but not the same one you were on. That's why you can't affect the future. And so this multiverse talk, it gets really, really complicated. But what's interesting is there's a meditation technique that is even taught on how to tap into knowledge and information from the multiverse, going and finding a doppelganger of yourself that has the answers, that's doing things that you want to do, that maybe has found his or her passion, and learning, taking a peer in, to peek in, almost like remote viewing in a way, to figure out what that is, and then bringing it back with you and utilizing it here, and which is a pretty interesting use of setting the mind outside of space and time. And so these multiverses that supposedly exist and they bounce off of each other, and it's like this sea of multiverses, according to theoretical physics. But I believe that each one of these is potentially an experiment that's running concurrently. In other words, this one is an experiment with these laws of physics and this amount of darkness and this amount of light. Let's see how the darkness gets taken out of this one and how much the light can take over and turn it into a glowing light universe, light meaning positive energy. This one over here, let's change the laws of physics a little bit and let's do this over here. Let's start all with light and a very little bit of darkness and see what happens there. Let's see if darkness has the power to take over. I'm just hypothesizing now, but imagine this on the grand scale, this soup of universes all over the place, and each one running its own individual experiment. To what end, I don't know. Again, this is just a hypothesis, but it's very, very possible that that's what could be happening. And I really feel like this one that we're in is an experiment to see how we can actually destroy darkness, maybe once and forever. We know that we're living in a cyclical civilization that rises and falls. We know that based on ancient texts and tablets and ancient accounts, that there have been golden ages on this planet before, at least 4 of them. Now we're heading into the 5th age, which is the age of Aquarius, which starts in 2025. And we're heading in through the Yuga cycle, which now I believe we're in the Tetra Yuga, heading back into a Silver Age, heading back towards the Golden Age, which will take thousands of years, but we're on the right track. However, what is stopping us from staying in a Golden Age? 4 times we've had a Golden Age. How come we keep falling back down? What is stopping us from staying and maintaining the Golden Age? There's nowhere that I've ever read in any book, text, scripture, papyrus, cylinder scroll, anything, that says you have to fall. It just says the cycle happens. But what if this civilization is the one that rises and doesn't fall? What if we're the ones that really truly learn what happened in the ancient past, and we're able to utilize that knowledge and that wisdom, because the past is prologue, to stop the fall of a golden age in the future? That's my ultimate mission. That's my main objective. How do I help usher mankind back towards that age? I'm planting seeds of a tree that are going to grow. I'll never sit in the shade of those trees. But the work that I'm doing, I feel, will have some impact on the golden age.
Fascinating. Fascinating. On the break, we had talked a little bit about your time here and making the best use of it.
Yeah.
Let's have that conversation again.
Right. Well, you have to understand, on a geological time scale, human beings have been here for less than a blink of an eye. Not even a blink, less than a blink when you look at the grand scale of time in the universe, right? I mean, think about, our sun is 5 billion years old. It's a middle-aged sun. It only has another 5 billion years to go. But human beings have only been around for, like, Homo sapien, 200,000 years. So you can't even, it's just, the numbers are crazy. However, you have to understand that when I say a blink of an eye, I mean, like, we have got to do what we're supposed to do here in a very short period of time. Our lifespans are very short, and they've gotten even shorter due to everything else that's going on that we've allowed them to do to us. And I do mean we've allowed them to do. They haven't done it against our will. We've allowed it to happen because we outnumber them. And we've got to take back control of who we are, what we are, and our true power, and realize we're here to complete a mission. And the ultimate mission that we're here to complete is to bring heaven to earth. This could be part of the experiment. How many people can we help, assist, show service to others, to love, to make sure that everyone's okay, to not allow others to be oppressed and suppressed? Since we have the numbers in our favor. How much can we help to change a global economic situation and push mankind back towards this golden age and bring out the technologies that are needed to sustain this planet in a way that's green and that everyone can prosper? We have a very limited amount of time, and I believe that this experiment resets itself. It's just like a video game. Oh, they failed this time when they got to this level. Now, okay, they only sustained for, 10,000 years, and here comes the fall again. Let's see if they can do it again. Let's see if they can sustain it next time. And this 4 times we've gone through this cycle. We have less than a blink of an eye to figure out what we're supposed to do here. And everyone thinks it's supposed to wake up, punch a clock, go to work, come home, go to sleep, and do it all over again until you die. But that's not what it is. I believe the mission is, how do we create heaven here? Instead of waiting to die so you can live, how do you live now? How do you maximize what we have here now? And if we can do that, we prove something to this system, this grand divine system that says, oh, they're ready for the next level. And that's what I really believe is going on.
I'm going to be honest. I think that's a great place to end it. I mean, essentially what you're saying is, be a good person.
Yeah.
Do good things. Leave this place better than you found it.
That's it, man. Right on the head.
And, there's no better message to end with than that, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, what do you got coming up soon?
Oh, a lot going on. We just had the first annual Forbidden Conscious Awards, and it was a success. We're having the second annual Conscious Awards coming up next August 2024, and you're going to be one of the nominees. I'm claiming it right now. You're going to be one of the nominees for Podcaster of the Year. And it's an amazing event. Next year will be a 3-day weekend of incredible weekend of great things going on with great people, everybody on the same frequency. And I have a big workshop coming up. It's my Blueprint for God Power workshop that I'm going to do with Dr. Be Serious in October. It's going to be another mind-bending workshop. The first one, we had 10,000 people that tuned in for 11 hours straight. And this time it's going to be probably 12 hours straight of incredible teaching techniques and information and knowledge that they'll never be able to see on YouTube or anybody else's channel or TV. This is straight wisdom and knowledge straight from the source. So they got to tune into that. It's going to be amazing. Other than that, just doing our global tours, Egypt, Cambodia. Next year will be Turkey. We'll do a whole Turkey tour, another Egypt tour, and probably Mexico or either Peru. And of course, just getting everybody on that Forbidden Knowledge TV and letting them get a chance to binge watch conscious television instead of binge watching the fear porn that's on the other stuff.
Very cool. Very cool. Where can people find you?
You can go to 4bk.tv, the number 4bk.tv, or at Forbidden Knowledge on every platform that exists, and you'll find me.
Perfect. Well, I appreciate the invite, and I can't wait till next August. I want to see those awards, and
absolutely,
and it'll be cool to be there and take part in that.
Oh, it's gonna be amazing, brother.
Well, Billy, I really appreciate your time. You have blown my mind here. I got a lot to think about, and I'd love to get you back at some point.
Oh, gotta come back. This is mandatory.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you, man.
Hey everybody, I'm Sean Ryan. Click here to subscribe to the Sean Ryan Show YouTube channel for the hottest and most compelling interviews that you will not see anywhere else. I've also made a playlist of all the previous SRS episodes so they're easy to find. You can find that right here.
Refresh the everyday with Mentos gum. Yes to fresh.
This is true. It wrecks the battery. And no, I'm serious. It does. And it was, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago, we went to North Korea, and my phone started acting crazy. And so I talked to someone on the National Security Council who called me about this, somehow knew that your phone is being surveilled by the South Korean government. I was like, I like the South Korean government. Why would they do that? Because they want more information. They thought I was talking to Trump or whatever. So, but I could tell because all of a sudden the thing would just drain in like 45 minutes. So that's a downside.
So you keep switching phones, getting new phones for the battery life. That's good.
Yeah, I mean, I try not to do it. You know, I'm kind of flinty Yankee type in some ways, so I don't like to spend $1,000 with a freaking Apple corporation too often. But yeah, I do.
I mean, you say it lightly, but it's really troublesome that you as a journalist would be tracked.
Well, they leaked it to Semaphore, and they leaked it to the New York Times. Look, I would even put up, well, there's nothing I can do, so I have to put up with everything, okay? But I would probably not be actively angry about being surveilled because I'm just so old, and I actually do pay my taxes. I'm not sleeping with the makeup artist or whatever, so I don't care that much. The fact that they are leaking against me, that the intel services in the United States are actively engaged in U.S. politics and media, that's so unacceptable. That makes democracy impossible. There's no defense of that. And yet NBC News, Ken Delanian, and the rest will defend it. And it's like, and not just on NBC News, by the way, on the supposedly conservative channels too, they will defend it. And there's no defending that. You can't have democracy if the intel services are tampering in elections and information, period.
So you had no fear. You know, your lawyer said, be careful which questions you asked. You said, I don't have.
Well, the lawyer said, no, he said very specifically, if, depending on the questions you ask Putin, you could be arrested or not. And I said, listen to what you're saying. You're saying the U.S. government has like control over my questions and they'll arrest me if I ask the wrong question? Like, how are we better than Putin if that's true? And by the way, that's just what the lawyer said, but I can't overstate one of the biggest law firms in the United States, smart lawyers we've used for years. So I was really shocked by it.
You said leaders kill, leaders lie.
Yeah. I don't believe in leaders very much. Like this whole Zelensky's Jesus and Putin's Satan. It's like, no, they're all leaders of countries. Okay. Like, grow up a little bit, you child. Have you ever met a leader? Like first of all, anyone who seeks power is damaged morally, in my opinion. You shouldn't be seeking power. You can't seek power or wealth for its own sake and remain a decent person. That's just true. So there aren't any like really virtuous billionaires and there aren't any really virtuous world leaders. You have grades of virtue. Some are better than others for sure. But I mean, in other words, Zelensky may be better than Putin. I'm open to that possibility. But to claim that one is evil and the other is virtuous, it's like you're revealing that you're a child. You don't know anything about how the world actually is or what reality is. Like it's
That's quite a realist perspective, but there is a spectrum.
There's a spectrum. Absolutely. I'm not saying they're all the same. They're not.
And our task is to figure out where on the spectrum they lie. And the leader's task is to confuse us and convince us they're one of the good guys.
Of course. But I actually reject even that formulation. I don't think it's always about the leaders. I mean, of course, the leaders make the difference. A good leader has a healthy country and a bad leader has a decaying country, which is something to think about. But it's about the ideas and the policies and the practical effect of things. So we're very much caught up in the personalities of various leaders, not just our political leaders, but our business leaders, our cultural leaders. Are they good people? Do they have the right thoughts? It's like, no, I ask a much more basic question. What are the fruits of their behavior? And I always make it personal because I think everything is personal. Does his wife respect him? Do his children respect him? How are they doing? Is the country he runs thriving or is it falling apart? If your life expectancy is going down, if your suicide rate is going up, if your standard of living is tanking, you're not a good leader. I don't care what you tell me. I don't care what you claim you represent. I don't care about the ideas or the systems that you say you embody. It's dogs barking to me. How's your life expectancy? How's your suicide rate? What's drug use like? Are people having children? Are people's children more likely to live in a freer, more prosperous society than you did and their grandparents did? Like, those are the only measures that matter to me. The rest is a lie. But anyway, the point is, we just get so obsessed with like the theater around people or people, and we miss the bigger things that are happening, and we allow ourselves to be deceived into thinking that what doesn't matter at all matters, that moral victories are all that matters. No, actually, facts on the ground victories matter more than anything. I mean, you certainly see it in this country. Black Lives Matter, for example. How many black people did that help? It hurt a lot of black people, but in the end, we should be able to measure it. You know, like how many black people have died by gunfire in the 4 years since George Floyd died? Well, the number's gone way, way up. And that was a Black Lives Matter operation, defund the police. So I think we can say, as a factual matter, a data-based matter, Black Lives Matter didn't help black people. And if it did, tell me how. Well, these are important moral victories. I'm over that. That's just another lie, you know, a long litany of lies. So I try to see the rest of the world that way. But more than anything, I try to see world events through the lens of an American, because I am one. And what does this mean for us? And it's not even the war, it's the sanctions that will forever change the United States, our standard of living, the way our government operates. That, more than any single thing in my lifetime, screwed the United States. Levying those sanctions in the way that we did was crazy. And that for me, the main takeaway from my 8 days in Moscow was not Putin. He's a leader, whatever. None of them are that different, actually, in my pretty extensive experience. No, it was Moscow. That blew my mind. I was not prepared for that at all. And I thought I knew a lot about Moscow. My dad worked there on and off in the 80s and 90s because he's a U.S. government employee, and he was always coming back. Moscow, it's a nightmare and all this stuff, no electricity. I got there almost exactly 2 years after sanctions, totally cut off from Western financial systems, kicked out of SWIFT, can't use U.S. dollars, no banking, no credit cards. And that city, just factually, I'm not endorsing the system, I'm not endorsing the whole country. I didn't go to Lake Baikal. You know, I didn't go to Turkmenistan. I just went to Moscow, largest city in Europe, 13 million people. I drove all around it. And that city is way nicer, outwardly anyway, I don't live there, than any city we have by a lot. And by nicer, let me be specific. No graffiti, no homeless, no people using drugs in the street, totally tidy, no garbage on the ground, and no forest of steel and concrete soul-destroying buildings, none of the postmodern architecture that oppresses us without even our knowledge, none of that crap. It's a truly beautiful city. And that's not an endorsement of Putin. And by the way, it didn't make me love Putin. It made me hate my own leaders, because I grew up in a country that had cities kind of like that were nice cities, that were safe. And we don't have that anymore. And how did that happen? Did Putin do that? I don't think Putin did that, actually. I think the people in charge of it, the mayors, the governors, the president, they did that, and they should be held accountable for it.
So I think cleanliness and architectural design is not the entirety of the metrics that matter when you measure a city.
They're the main metrics that matter. They're the main metrics that matter. The main metrics that matter are cleanliness, safety, and beauty, in my opinion. And one of the big lies that we are told in our world is that no, something you can't measure that has no actual effect on your life matters most. Bullshit. What matters most, to say it again, beauty, safety, cleanliness. Lots of other things matter too. A whole bunch of things matter. But if I were to put them in order, it's not some like theoretical, well, actually, I don't know if you know that the Duma has no power. It's like, okay, I get that. Freedom of speech matters enormously to me. They have less freedom of speech in Russia than we do in the United States. We are superior to them in that way. But you can't tell me that living in a city where, you know, your 6-year-old daughter can walk to the bus stop and ride on a clean bus or ride in a beautiful subway car that's on time and not get assaulted, that doesn't matter. No, that matters almost more than anything, actually. And we can have both. And like the normal regime defenders and morons, Jon Stewart or whatever he's calling himself, they're like, well, that's the price of freedom. Like people shitting on the sidewalk is the price of freedom. It's like, you can't fool me because I've lived here for 54 years. I know that it's not the price of freedom because I lived in a country that was both free and clean and orderly. So that's not a trade-off I think I have to make. You can't, that is the beauty of being a little bit older because you're like, no, I remember that actually. It wasn't what you're saying. We didn't have racial segregation in 1985. It was a really nice country that kind of respected itself. I was here. And I think with younger people, you can tell them that. And they're like, oh, 1985, you were, you know, selling slaves in Madison Square Garden. It's like, no, they weren't. You're going to Madison Square Garden and not stepping over a single fentanyl addict.
It is true. There doesn't have to be a trade-off between cleanliness and freedom of speech. But it is also true that in dictatorships, cleanliness is and architectural design is easier to achieve and perfect, and often is done so you can show off, look how great our cities are, while you're suppressing.
Of course. I agree with that vehemently. This is not a defense of the Russian system at all. And if I felt that way, I would not only move there, but I would announce I was moving there. I'm not ashamed of my views. I never have been. And for all the people who are trying to impute secret motives to my words, I'm like the one person in America you don't need to do that with. If you think I'm a racist, ask me, and I'll tell you.
Are you a racist?
Of course. No, I am a sexist, though.
Great.
But anyway, no, but if I was like a defender of Vladimir Putin, I would just say I'm defending Vladimir Putin now. I'm not. I am attacking our leaders, and I'm grieving over the low expectations of our people. You don't need to put up with this. You don't need to put up with foreign invaders stealing from you, you know, occupying your kids' school. Your kids can't get an education because people from foreign countries broke our laws and showed up here and they've taken over the school. That's not a feature of freedom, actually. That's the opposite. That's what enslavement looks like. And so I'm just saying, raise your expectations a little bit. You can have a clean, functional, safe country. Crime is totally optional. Crime is something our leaders decide to have or not have. It's not something that just appears organically. I wrote a book about crime 30 years ago. I've thought a lot about this. You have as much crime as you put up with, period. And it doesn't make you less free to not tolerate murder. In fact, it makes you unfree to have a lot of murders. And so but it makes me sad that people are like, well, you know, I guess this is, I can't like live in New York City anymore because of inflation and filth and illegal aliens and people shooting each other. But, you know, I'm glad because this is vibrant and strong and free. It's like, that's not freedom actually at all.
Your point is well taken. You can have both. But do you regret?
We had both. That's the point. We had, I saw it.
Do you regret to a degree using the Moscow subway and the grocery store as a mechanism by which to make that point?
No. I mean, look, I'm one of the more unself-aware people you will ever interview. So to ask me, you know, how will this be perceived? I literally have no idea and kind of limited interest, but I was so shocked by it. I was so shocked by it. And there were two, and to the extent I regret anything and am to blame for anything, it would be not, and I've done this a lot, not giving it context, not fully explaining why are we doing this. The grocery store, I was shocked by the prices. And yes, I'm familiar with exchange rates, but very familiar with exchange rates. But those don't, and I adjusted them for exchange rates. And this is 2 years into sanctions, total isolation from the West. So I would expect, in fact, I did expect until I got there, that their supply chains would be crushed. How do you get good stuff if you don't have access to Western markets? And I didn't fully get the answer because I was occupied doing other things when I was there, but somehow they have. And that's the point. And they haven't had the supply chains problems that I predicted. In other words, sanctions haven't made the country noticeably worse. Okay. So again, this is commentary of the United States and our policymakers. Why are we doing this? It's forcing the rest of the world into a block against us called BRICS. They're getting off the US dollar. That will mean a lot of dollars are going to come back here and destroy our economy and impoverish this country. So the consequences, the stakes are really high. They're huge. And we're not even hurting Russia. So like, what the hell are we doing? One, on the subway, that subway was built by Joseph Stalin right before the Second World War. I'm not endorsing Stalin. Obviously. Stalinism is the thing that I hate, and I don't want to come to my country. I'm making the obvious point that for over 80 years, you've had these frescoes and chandeliers. Maybe they've been redone or whatever, but like somehow the society has been able to not destroy what its ancestors built, the things that are worth having, and there are a lot. And that, like, why don't we have that? And even on a much more terrestrial plane, like, why can't I have a subway station like that? Why can't my children who live in New York City ride the subway? A lot of people I know who live in New York City are afraid to ride the subway. Young women especially. That's freedom? No. Again, it's slavery. And if Putin can do this, why can't we? Like, what? It's not, in other words, I mean, this is like so obvious. I'm a traitor. Okay. So if I'm calling for American citizens to demand more from their government and higher standards for their own society, and remember that just 30 years ago, we had a much different and much happier and cleaner and healthier society where everyone wasn't fat with diabetes at 40 from poisoned food. Like, how is that? I'm not a traitor to my country. I'm a defender of my country. And by the way, the people calling me a traitor, they're all like, whatever. They're not. I would not say they're people who put America's interests first.
But
to put it mildly.
There's many elements, like you said, you don't like Stalinism. You're a student of history. Central planning is good at building subways in a way that's really nice. The thing that accounts for New York subways, by the way, there's a lot of really positive things about New York subways, not cleanliness, but the efficiency, like the accessibility, how wide it spreads. Like that, the New York network is incredible. But Moscow, under different metrics, results of a capitalist system, and you actually said that you don't think U.S. is quite a capitalist system, which is an interesting question in itself.
True. We have more central planning here than they do in Russia. So.
No, that's not true.
Of course it is.
You think that's true?
The climate agenda? Of course. They're telling the U.S. government has, in league with a couple of big companies, decided to change the way we produce and consume energy. There's no popular outcry for that. There's never been any mass movement of Americans who's like, I hate my gasoline-powered engine. No more diesel. That has been central planning. That is central planning. And you see it up and down our economy. There's no free market in the United States. You get crossways with the government, you're done. If you're at scale, I mean, maybe if you've got a barber shop or a liquor store or something, but even then, you're regulated by politicians. And so, no, I actually am for free markets. I hate monopolies. Our economy is dominated by monopolies. Completely dominated.
Like, what do you mean?
Google. What percentage of search does Google have? 90? Google's a monopoly by any definition, and Google is just rich enough to continue doing whatever it wants in violation of U.S. law. So there's no monopoly in Russia as big as Google. I'm not, again, defending the Russian system. I'm calling for a return to our old system, which was sensible and moderate and put the needs of Americans at least somewhere in the top 10. I mean, somewhere in the top 10. I'm not saying that Standard Oil was like interested in the welfare of average Americans, but I am saying that there was a constituency in our political system, in the Congress, for example, different presidential candidates were like, no, wait a second. What is this doing to people? Is it good for people or not? There's not even a conversation about that. It's like, shut up and submit to AI. And no offense. And so I'm just...
Offense taken. I will write. We will get you.
Yeah.
When it's strong
I
enough.
have no
You'll
doubt.
be the first one to
Well,
go.
as a white man, I just won't even exist anymore.
Right.
So
much to say on that one.
I bet when you Google my picture 20 years from now, it'll be a black chick. 100%.
Well, I hope she's attractive.
I hope so too. It'd probably be an upgrade.
So, well, the central planning point is really interesting, but I just don't, I don't know where you're coming from. There's a capitalist system. I mean, the United States is one of the most successful capitalist systems in the history of Earth. So just
What's the most successful? I'm just saying that I think it's changed a lot in the last 15 years and that we need to update our assumptions about what we're seeing.
Sure.
And that's true up and down. That's true with everything. It's true with your neighbor's children who you haven't seen in 3 years and they come home from Wesleyan and you're like, oh, you've grown. That is true for the world around us as well. And most of our assumptions about immigration, about our economy, about our tax system are completely outdated if you compare them to the current reality. And so I'm just for updating my files, and I have a big advantage over you because I am middle-aged, and so I don't...
You've called yourself old so many times throughout this
I don't
conversation.
trust my perceptions of things, so I'm constantly trying to be like, is that true?
Yeah.
I should go there. You know, I should see it. And I guess just in the end, I trust direct perceptions. Like, I don't trust the internet, actually. Wikipedia is a joke. Wikipedia could not be more dishonest. It's certainly in the political categories or things that I know a lot about. Occasionally I read an entry written about something that I saw or know the people involved, and I'm like, well, that's a complete liar. You left out the most important fact. And it's like, it's not a reliable guide to reality or history. And that will accelerate with AI, where history, our perception of the past is completely controlled and distorted. So I think just getting out there and seeing stuff and seeing that Moscow was not what I thought it would be, which was a smoldering ruin, you know, rats in a garbage dump. It was nicer than New York. What the hell?
Direct data is good, but it's challenging. For example, if you talk to a lot of people in Moscow or in Russia and you ask them, is there censorship? They will usually say, yes, there is.
Oh, yeah, of course there is. Well, I agree. I mean, just to be clear, I have no plans to move to Russia. I think I would probably be arrested if I moved to Russia. Ed Snowden, who is, you know, the most famous sort of openness, transparency advocate in the world, I would say, along with Assange, doesn't want to live in Russia. He's had problems with the Putin government. He's attacked Putin. They don't like it. I mean, I get it. I'm just saying, what are the lessons for us? And the main lesson is we are being lied to, like in a way that's bewildering and very upsetting. I was mad about it all 8 days I was there because I feel like I'm better informed than most people because it's my job to be informed. And I'm skeptical of everything. And yet I was completely hoodwinked by it. I would just recommend to everyone watching this, like, you think you know, like, if you're really interested, if you're one of those people, and I'm not one, but who's like waking up every day and you've got a Ukrainian flag on your mailbox or whatever, your Ukrainian lapel pin, or it's like absurd theater. But if you like sincerely care about Ukraine or Russia or whatever, why don't you just hop on a plane for $800 and go see it? Okay. No one, that doesn't occur to anyone to do that. And I know it's time consuming and kind of expensive, sort of, not really. But you benefit so much. I mean, I could bore you for like 8 hours. And I know you've had this experience where you think you know what something is, or you think you know who someone is. And then you have direct experience of that place or person, and you realize all your preconceptions were totally wrong. They were controlled by somebody else. Like, you know, in fact, I won't betray confidences, but off the air, we were talking about somebody, and you said, I couldn't believe the person was not at all like what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's happened to me.
In the positive direction.
In the positive direction. By the way, for me, it's almost always in that direction. Most people I meet, and I've had the great privilege of meeting a lot of people over all this time, they're way better than you think, or they're more complicated or whatever. But the point is, a direct experience unmediated by liars, there's no substitute for that.
Well, on that point, direct experience in Ukraine. So I visited Ukraine and witnessed a lot of the same things you witnessed in Moscow. So first of all, beautiful architecture.
Yes.
And this is a country that's really in war. So it's not...
Oh, for real?
Like, for real, where most of the men are either volunteering or fighting in the war, and there's actual tanks in the streets that are going into your major city of Kiev, and still the supply chains are working.
Yes.
Just a handful of months after the start of the war, everything is working. The restaurants are amazing. The most of the people are able to do some kind of job, like the life goes on. Cleanliness, like you mentioned,
I love
security, like it's incredible. Like there's like crime went to zero. They gave out guns to everybody. The Texas strategy.
It does work.
Yeah, when you witness it, you realize, okay, there's something to these people. There's something to this country that they're not as corrupt as you might hear.
Right.
You hear that Russia is corrupt, Ukraine is corrupt. You assume it's just all going to go to shit.
Well, so that's been, and I haven't been to Ukraine, and I've certainly tried, and they put me on some kill him immediately list, so I can't. I've tried to interview Zelensky. He keeps denouncing me. I just want an interview with him. He won't.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I would love to do it.
I hope you do.
I do too. But one of the things that bothers me most, I love to hear that, what you just said about Kiev, but I'm not really surprised. One of the things that I'm most ashamed of is the bigotry that I felt towards Slavic people, also toward Muslims. I'll just be totally honest, because I lived through decades of propaganda from NBC News and CNN, where I worked, about this or that group of people and they're horrible or whatever. And then and I kind of believed it. And I see it now, like, we can't even put the word Russia at Wimbledon because it's so offensive. Well, what does the tennis player have to do with it? Did he invade Ukraine? I don't think he did. Stealing all these business guys' yachts and denouncing them as oligarchs. Like, what do they have to do with it? Whatever. Here's my point. The idea that like a whole group of people is just evil because of their blood, I just don't believe that. I think it's immoral to think that. And I can just tell you my own experience after 8 days there. I think it's a really interesting culture, Slavic culture, which is shared, by the way, by Russia and Ukraine. Of course, they're first cousins at the most distant. And I found them really smart and interesting and informed. I didn't understand a lot of what they were saying. I don't understand the way their minds work because I'm American, but it wasn't a thin culture. It's a thick culture, and I admire that. And I wish I could go to Ukraine. I would go tomorrow.
So I think after you did the interview with Putin, you put a clip, I think on TCN, where like your sort of analysis afterwards.
Yeah, it wasn't much of an analysis.
No, but what stood out to me is you were kind of talking shit about Putin a little bit. Like you were criticizing him.
Why wouldn't I?
It spoke to the thing that you mentioned, which is you weren't afraid. Now, the question I want to ask is, it would be pretty badass if you went to the supermarket and made the point you were making, but also criticized Putin, right? Criticize that there is a lack of freedom of speech and freedom of the press. And
in the supermarket?
Yes.
Oh, you mean if I also said that? Well, yeah. I mean, of course I think that. I'm not. So I guess part of it is that I'm a little, because I have such a low opinion of the commentariat in the United States and the news organizations, which really do just work for the U.S. government. I mean, I really see them as I did Izvestia and Pravda in the 80s. Like, they're just organs of the government, and I think they're contemptible. And I think the people who work there are contemptible, and I say that as someone who knows them really well personally. I think they're disgusting. That I'm a little bit cut off kind of from what people are saying about me because I'm not interested. But so I try not to be defensive. Like, see, I'm not a tool of Putin. But the idea that I'd be flacking for Putin when, my relatives fought in the Revolutionary War, like I'm as American as you could be, it's like crazy to me. Ann Applebaum calls me a traitor to my, okay, right. It's just like so dumb. But no, of course they don't have, no country has freedom of speech other than us. Canada doesn't have it. Great Britain definitely doesn't have it. France, Netherlands, these are countries I spend a lot of time in. And Russia certainly doesn't have it. So that's why I don't live there. I'm just saying our sanctions don't work. That's all I was saying. And we don't have to live like animals. We can live with dignity. Even the Russians can do it. That's kind of what I was saying. Even the Russians under Vladimir freaking Putin can live like this. And no, it's not a feature of dictatorship. That's the most, I think, discouraging and most dishonest line by people like Jon Stewart, who really are trying to prepare the population for accepting a lot less. He is really a tool of the regime in a sinister way, always has been. Like, how dare you expect that? What are you, a Stalinist? It's like, no, I'm an American. I'm like a decent person. I just want to be able to walk to the grocery store without being murdered. Is that too much to ask? Shut up, then you don't believe in freedom. It's really dark if you think about it,
So there is a fundamental way which you wanted Americans to expect more.
You don't have to live like this. We don't have to live like this. You don't have to accept it. You don't. And everyone's afraid in this country they're going to be shut down by the tech oligarchs or have the FBI show up at their houses or go to jail. And people are legit afraid of that in the United States. And my feeling is, so? Like, show a little courage. Like, what is it worth to you for your grandchildren to live in a free, prosperous country? It should be worth more than your comfort. That's how I feel.
We should make clear that, by many measures, you look at the World Press Freedom Index, you're right, U.S. is not at the top. Norway is. U.S. scores 71, same as Gambia,
really?
in West Africa.
So let me just ask.
Hold on a second.
Now you're making me laugh.
Ukraine is 61 and Russia is 35. The lower it is, the worse. Close to China at 23 and North Korea at the very bottom, 22.
Didn't Ukraine put Gonzalo Lira in jail till he died for criticizing the government? How can they have a high press?
Yes, that's why they're 61.
But I'm saying,
look,
I don't know what the criteria are they're using to arrive at that. But I know press freedom when I see it. I try to practice it, which is saying what you think is true, correcting yourself when you've been shown to be wrong, as I have many times, being as honest as you can be all the time, and not being afraid. And those are wholly absent in my country, wholly absent. People are afraid in the news business. I would know, since I spent my life working there, and they're afraid to tell the truth. They're under an enormous amount of pressure, and a lot of them have little kids and mortgages. I've been there. So I have sympathy, but they go along with things like you are not allowed, if you stand up at any cable channel in the United States and say, wait a second, how did the Ukrainian government throw a U.S. citizen into prison until he died for criticizing the Ukrainian government, and we're paying for that? That's why it's offensive to me. We're paying for it. And that happens all the time around the world, of course. But this is a U.S. citizen, and we're paying the pensions of Ukrainian bureaucrats. Like we are the Ukrainian government at this point. And like, if you said that on TV, on any channel, well, you'd lose your job for that. So like, that's not, I don't care. Norway is at the top, really, Norway. If I went on Norwegian television and said NATO blew up Nord Stream, which it did. NATO blew up Nord Stream. The United States government, with the help of other governments, committed the largest act of industrial terrorism in history. And by the way, the largest environmental crime, the largest emission of CO2, methane. Could I keep my job? No. So how is that a free
we
press?
don't know that. I mean, the whole point of
in Norway?
Yes.
Well, as a Scandinavian, I can tell you they would not put up with that in Norway for a second.
It's been a while.
Deviating for the majority? No.
Well, but it's deviating maybe is frowned upon, but
yeah.
But do you have the freedom to say it if you do deviate? That's the question.
Can you keep your job? That's
You
one
can keep the
measurement
job,
of it.
yeah.
Yeah, it's not the only measurement. Obviously, being thrown into prison is much worse than losing your job. I've been fired a number of times for saying what I think, by the way. And it's fine. I've enjoyed it. I don't mind being fired. I've always become a better person after it happened. But it is one measurement of freedom. If you have the theoretical right to do something, but no practical ability to do it, do you have the right to do it? And the answer is not really, actually.
You mentioned Jon Stewart. The two of you have a bit of a history. I don't know if you've seen it, but he kind of grilled your supermarket and Subway videos. Have you got a chance to see it?
I haven't seen it, but someone characterized it to me, which is why I pivoted against it earlier in our conversation about how the price of freedom is living in filth and chaos.
Yeah, that was essentially it. So in 2004, that's 20 years ago, Jon Stewart appeared on Crossfire, a show you hosted. And that was kind of a memorable moment. Can you tell the saga of that as you remember it?
I mean, for me, as I was saying to you before about how it takes a long time to digest and process and understand what happens to you, or at least it does for me. I didn't understand that as a particularly significant moment while it was happening. I just got off on a plane from Hawaii. I mean, I was out of it as usual. And I was very literal as usual. And so from my perspective, his criticism of me, to the extent I remember it, was that I was a partisan. Well, he had two criticisms. One, that Crossfire was stupid, which it certainly was. In fact, I'd already given my notice and I was moving on to another company by that point. Crossfire was stupid. Crossfire didn't help. Crossfire framed everything as Republican versus Democrat, whatever. It was not helpful to the public discourse. I couldn't agree more. And that's why I left. So that was part of his critique. Fair. I'm not sure I would have admitted it at the time because I worked there, and it's sort of hard to admit you're engaged in an enterprise that's like fundamentally worthless, which it was. But his other point was that I was somehow a partisan or a mindless partisan, which is definitely not true. It is true of him. He is a mindless partisan, but I am not, and I really haven't been since I got back from Baghdad at the beginning of the Iraq War, and I realized that the Republican Party, which I'd voted for, my whole life to that point and had supported in general, was like pushing this really horrible thing that was going to hurt the United States, which in time it really did. The Iraq War really hurt the United States. And I realized that I had been on the wrong side of it. I said so publicly immediately from Baghdad. I said that to the New York Times, and I really meant it. I mean it now. And so to call me partisan, you could call me stupid. You could call me wrong. I certainly have been wrong, but partisan, I just didn't think it was a meaningful. I mean, it's like, that's just not true. It's the opposite of true. So I didn't really take it seriously at all. And I never thought much of him. So I was like, whatever, some buffoon jumping around on my show, grandstanding. But I do think it was recorded. And by the way, that happened right at the moment that YouTube began. I think that was one of the first big YouTube videos. It was one of the first big YouTube videos. So it had a virality that, if that's a word, it went everywhere in a way that didn't used to happen in cable news. I mean, by that point, that was 20 years ago, as you point out. I've been in cable news for 9 years. So before 2004, we would say something on television, and then it would be lost. Like, people could claim they heard it, but you'd have to go to the University of Tennessee at Knoxville archives to get it. Suddenly, everything we said would live forever on the internet, which is good, by the way. That's not bad, but it was a big change for me. And I just couldn't believe how widely that was discussed at the time, because I thought he was not an interesting person. I think he's obviously a very unhappy person. I just didn't take him seriously then, and I don't now. But so anyway, that was it. It was a smaller thing in my life at the time than other people imagine.
Okay, you said a lot of words that will make it sound like you're a bit bitter, even if you're not. So you said unhappy person, partisan
he's an
person.
Unhappy guy. Well, he's definitely partisan for sure.
So can you elaborate why you think he's
well?
partisan?
So I think that, and I see this a lot, not only on the left, but people who believe that whatever political debate they're engaged in is the most important debate in the world. And so they bring an emotional intensity to those debates, and they're inevitably disappointed because no eternal question is solved politically. So they're kind of on the wrong path, right? And they're doomed to frustration if they believe that. And many do. He certainly does. That whatever the issue is so, Clarence Thomas should not be a Supreme Court justice. And the implication is, well, if someone else is a Supreme Court justice, we'll live in a fair and happy society. But that's just not, it's a false promise. So I think that people who bring that level of intensity to politics are by definition bitter, by definition disappointed, bitter in the way that disappointed people are. And that the real questions are like, what happens when you die? And how do the people around you feel about you? Those are not the only questions in life, but they're certainly the most important ones. Mm-hmm. And if we're spending a disproportionate amount of time on who gets elected to some office, not that it's irrelevant, it is relevant, but it's not the eternal question. And so I feel like he's not the only kind of bitter, silly person in Washington or in its orbit. There are many, and a lot of them are Republicans. So, but I just thought it was ironic. I mean, everything is ironic to me, but like being called a Russia sympathizer by a guy who calls himself Boris, like it just made me laugh. No one else has ever laughed at that. Boris Johnson's real name is not Boris, as you know. He calls himself Boris. It's his middle name. And so, like, if you call yourself Boris, you don't really have standing to attack anyone else as a Russia defender, right? I think that's funny. No one else, as I noted, does. But Jon Stewart, like, if he, there are a lot of things you could say about me, but he's much more partisan than I am. So to call me a partisan is like, what?
He would probably say that he's not a partisan, that he's a comedian who's looking for the humor and the absurdity of the system.
That's a dodge.
On both sides.
He's a very serious person in this. I will say this, and he shares this quality with a lot of comedians. I know a lot of comedians. I know a cross-section of people just having done this job for a long time. And a lot of them are very serious, like about their views, and they have a lot of emotional intensity. And he certainly is in that category. He's not, that's like the silliest thing. Yeah, he's a comedian for sure. He can be very funny for sure. He has talent, no doubt about it. I've never denied that. But he's motivated by his moral views. You know, this is right, that is wrong. And I just think it's a misapplied passion.
What do you think? I'm just a comedian is
I don't think any serious person thinks that. I mean, if you're just a comedian, and I look, I'm not trying to claim, I couldn't claim that I haven't said a lot of dumb things. And one of the dumbest things I ever said was when he was on our set lecturing me. You know, he's a moralizer, which I also just don't really care for as an aesthetic matter. But he was lecturing me about something, and I said, I thought you were here to tell jokes, which I shouldn't have said, because he wasn't there to tell jokes. He was there to lecture me, and I should have just engaged it directly rather than trying to diminish him by like, you're just a little comedian. Well, he doesn't see himself that way. But I would just say this, Jon Stewart's a defender of power. Like, Jon Stewart has never criticized, like, what's Jon Stewart's view on, you know, the aid we've sent to Ukraine, the $100 billion or whatever? Like, what happened to that money? What happened to the weapons that it bought? He doesn't care. He has the exact same priorities as the people permanently in charge in Washington. So whatever, he's not alone in that. So does Mika Brzezinski and her husband and all the rest of the cast of dummies. But if you're going to pretend to be the guy who's giving the finger to entrenched power, you should do it once in a while. And he never has. There's not one time when he said something that would be deeply unpopular on Morning Joe. That's all I'm saying. And so don't call yourself a truth teller. You're a court comedian or a flatterer of power. Okay, that's fine. There's a role for that, but don't pretend to be something else.
I'll just be honest that I watched it just recently, that video. And
from 20 years ago?
From 20 years ago. I watched it initially, and I remember it very differently. I remembered that Jon Stewart completely destroyed you in that conversation. And I watched it, and you asked a very good question of him, which was, and there was no destruction, first of all. And you asked a very good question of him. Why, when you got a chance to interview John Kerry, did you ask a bunch of softball questions?
Yeah.
I thought that was a really fair question. And then his defense was, well, I'm just a comedian.
So I thought that was disingenuous. And I haven't watched it. I never have watched a clip one time in my life. And I don't like to watch myself on television. I never have. So that's my fault. And I probably should force myself to watch it, though. Of course, I never will. But I think the takeaway for me, which was really interesting and life-changing, was I agree with your assessment. I've lost a lot of debates. I've been humiliated on television. I'm not above that. It certainly happened to me. It will happen again. But I didn't feel like it was a clear win for him at all. You know, maybe a TKO, but it was not a knockout at all. And yet it was recorded that way. And I remember thinking, well, that's kind of weird. That's not what I remember. And then I realized, no, Jon Stewart was more popular than I was. Therefore, he was recorded as the winner. And that was hard for me to accept because that struck me as unfair. You should rate any contest on points. Like, here are the rules. We're going to judge the contest on the basis of those rules. And no, in the end, it's just like the more popular guy wins. Every TV critic liked Jon Stewart. Every one of them hated me. Therefore, he won. And I was like, wow, I guess I have to accept that reality. And you do, like the reality of the sunrise. You just have, you're not in charge of it. So that's just what it is.
Unfortunately, it's a bit darker. I think the reason he's seen as the winner, and the reason at the time I saw as the quote unquote winner, is because he was basically shitting on you, like personal attacks versus engaging ideas. And it was funny in a dark way, and like making fun of the bow tie and all this kind of stuff. And like,
fair. Bow tie.
I understand.
And it was fair to call me a dick. I remember he called me a dick, and I remember even when he said that, I was like, yeah, I'm definitely a dick. Yeah, and that's not my best quality. Trust me.
But also to be I thought Jon Stewart came off as a giant dick at that time, and I'm a big fan of his, and I think he has improved a lot. So
that may be true.
We should also say that like people grow.
I certainly have, or change anyway. You hope it's growth. You hope it's not shrinkage. But but
it is cold outside.
Yeah. I mean, look, I haven't followed Jon Stewart's career at all. I don't have a television. Like, I'm pretty cut off from all that stuff. But so I wouldn't really know. But the measure to me is are you taking positions that are unpopular with the most powerful people in the world, and how often are you doing it? It's super simple, not for its own sake, but do you feel free enough to say, to the consensus, I disagree? And if you don't, then you're just another toady. That's my view.
Well, I think he probably feels free enough to do it, but you're saying he doesn't do it.
On the big things, look, the big things, this is my estimation of it. Others may disagree. The big things are the economy and war, okay? Yeah. The big things government does can be, there are a lot of things government does. Government does everything at this point, but where we kill people and how and for what purpose and how we organize the economic engine that keeps the country afloat, those are the two big questions. And I hear almost no debate about either one of them in the media. And I have dissenting views on both of them. I'm mad about the tax code, which I think is unfair. I don't think we should be. The fact we have a carried interest loophole in the tax code and people are claiming that their income is investment income and they're paying half the tax rate as someone who just goes to work every day, it discourages work. It encourages lending at interest, which I think is gross. Personally, I'm against it. Sorry. And the fact that we're creating chaos around the world, is the saddest thing that's happening right now. And nobody feels free to say that. So that's not good.
How do you hope the war in Ukraine ends?
With a settlement, with a reasonable settlement. And you know what a reasonable settlement is, which is a settlement, where both sides feel like they're giving a little, but can live with it. And I was really struck in my conversation with Putin by how he basically refused to criticize Joe Biden and to criticize NATO. And it is, I will just be honest, as an American, it would be a little weird to be pissing on Joe Biden with a foreign leader, any foreign leader, even though I don't think Joe Biden is a real person or really president. The whole thing is ridiculous, but still he is the American president technically. And I don't want to beat up on the American president with a foreigner. I just don't. Maybe I'm old fashioned. So that's how I feel. So I didn't push it, but I thought it was really interesting. And because, of course, Putin knows my views on Joe Biden. He knew I applied to the CIA, so they've done some digging on me. And but he didn't mention it, and he didn't attack NATO. And the reason is, I know for a fact, because he wants a settlement. And he wants a settlement not because Russia's about to collapse, despite the lying of our media. That's just not true. And no one is even saying it anymore because it's so dumb. He wants to because it's just bad to have a war, and it changes the world in ways you can't predict. People die. Everything about it is sad. And if you can avoid it, you should. So I would like to see a settlement where, look, the thing that Russia wants, and I think probably has a right to, is not to have NATO missiles on its border. I don't know why we would do that. I don't know what we get out of it. I just don't even understand it. I don't understand the purpose of NATO. I don't think NATO is good for the United States. I think it's an attack on our sovereignty. I would pull out of NATO immediately if I were the U.S. president, because I don't think it helps the U.S. I know a lot of people are getting their bread buttered by NATO. But anyway, that's my view as an American. If I'm a Russian or a Ukrainian, let's just be sovereign countries now. We're not run by the U.S. State Department. We're just our own countries. I believe in sovereignty. Okay, so that's my view. And I also want to say one thing about Zelensky. I attacked him before because I was so offended by his cavalier talk about nuclear exchange because it would kill my family. So I'm really offended by that. Anyone who talks that way, I'm offended by. But I do feel for Zelensky. I do. He didn't run for president to have this happen. I think Zelensky's been completely misused by the State Department, by Toria Nuland, by our Secretary of State, by the policymakers in the U.S. who've used Ukraine as a vessel for their ambitions, their geopolitical ambitions, but also the many American businesses who've used Ukraine as a way to fleece the American taxpayer. And then by just independent ghouls like Boris Johnson are hoping to get rich from interviews on it. The whole thing, Zelensky is at the center of this. He's not driving history. NATO and the United States is driving history. Putin is driving history. There's this guy, Zelensky. So, I do feel for him, and I think he's in a perilous place.
Do you think Zelensky's a hero for staying in Kiev? Because I do. To me, you can criticize a lot of things. You should call out things that are obviously positive.
I just tried to a second ago. I don't know the extent that he is in Kiev. He seems to be in the United States an awful lot, like way too much. You can do a satellite interview. You don't have to speak to my Congress. You're not an American. Please leave.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. But
you got many zingers, Tucker.
no. It's just heartfelt. It's just bubbling up from the wellspring that never turns off. But I would say this about Zelensky. Yeah, to the extent he's in Ukraine, good man. You know, George W. Bush fled Washington on 9/11. I lived there with 3 kids, and he ran away to some Air Force base in South Dakota. And I thought that was cowardly, and I said so at the time. And was I attacked for saying that. And I wrote a column about it in New York Magazine, where I then had a column, hard to believe. And but I felt that. Like I think the prerequisites of leadership are really basic. The first is caring about the people you lead. That's number one. You know, deep in the way a father cares for his children, or an officer cares for his troops. A president should care for his people. And that leads inexorably to the next requirement, which is bravery, physical courage. And I believe in that. And I'm not like some tough guy, but I just think it's obvious if you're in charge, you know, I'm at my house and I feel like someone broke in. I'm not going to say to my wife, hey, baby, go deal with the home invasion. I'm going to deal with it because I'm dad. Okay. So if you're the president of a country and your capital city is attacked, as ours was at the Pentagon, and you run away, well, the Secret Service told me to. Bitch, are you in charge? Like, who's daddy here? The Secret Service? Do you know what I mean? I found that totally contemptible. And I said so. And man, did I get a lecture, not just from Republicans, but from Democrats. Oh, you don't know. Put yourself in that position. I was like, okay, I don't know what I would do under that kind of stress, enormous stress. I get it. I know one thing I wouldn't do is run away, because you can't do that. And if you're not willing to die for your country, then you shouldn't be leading it. So yes, to the extent, if Zelensky really is in Ukraine most of the time, amen.
Well, hold on a second. Let's clarify. It's not about whether he's in Ukraine most of the time or not.
Well, I thought that was the whole premise of the
No. At the beginning of the war, when a lot of people thought that the second biggest military in the world is pointing its guns at Kiev is going to be taken. And a leader who stays in that city and says, fuck it. When everybody around him says, flee, says everybody around him believes the city will be taken or at least destroyed, leveled, artillery, bombs, all of this. He chooses to stay. You know a lot of leaders. How many leaders would choose to stay?
Well, the leader of Afghanistan, the U.S.-backed leader, when the Taliban came, got in a U.S. plane with U.S. dollars and ran away, and of course is living on those dollars now. So yeah, there's a lot of cowardly behavior. Good for him. I mean, I guess I'm looking at it slightly differently, which is what's the option? You're the leader of the country. You can't leave. Like Stalin never left Moscow during the war. It was surrounded by the Germans, as you know, for a year, and he didn't leave. And when I was in Russia, they're like, Stalin never left. It's like, yeah, he's the leader of the country. You can't. I mean, like, that's just table stakes, of course. I would say, but you raise an interesting, by implication, question, which is, what about Kiev? Like, you think the Russians couldn't level Kiev? Of course, obviously they could. Why haven't they? They could, but they haven't.
Well, there's military answers to that, which is urban warfare is extremely difficult.
Do you think that Putin wants to take Kiev?
No, I do think he expected Zelensky to flee and somebody else to come into power.
That may be totally. I don't know. I have no idea what Putin was thinking when he did that about Zelensky. I didn't ask him, but it's a mistake to imagine this is a contest between Putin and Zelensky. This is Putin versus the U.S. State Department. I mean, Zelensky, and that's why I said I felt sorry for him. I mean, as I said, we're literally paying the pensions of Ukrainian bureaucrats. So there is no Ukrainian government independent of the U.S. government. And, maybe you're for that, maybe you're against it, but you can't endorse that in the same sentence that you use the term democracy, because that's not a democracy, right? Obviously.
Well, that's why it's interesting that he didn't really bring up NATO extensively.
He wants a settlement. And he doesn't want to fight with them rhetorically. And he just wants to get this done. And he made a bunch of offers at the peace deal. And, we wouldn't even know this happened if the Israelis hadn't told us. And I'm so grateful that they did. That Johnson was dispatched by the State Department to stop it. And it's like, I mean, I think Boris Johnson is a husk of a man, but imagine if you were Boris Johnson and you spend your whole life with Ukraine, flag pin, I'm for Ukraine. And then all those kids died because of what you did. And the lines haven't really moved. It hasn't been a victory for Ukraine. It's not going to be a victory for Ukraine. It's like, how do you feel about yourself if you did that? I mean, I've done a lot of shitty things in my life. I feel bad about them. But I've never extended a war for no reason. Like, that's a pretty grave sin, in my opinion, you know?
Yes, that was a failure, but it doesn't mean you can't have a success over and over and over, keep having negotiations between leaders.
Well, the U.S. government is not allowing negotiations. And so that, for me, is the most upsetting part. It's like, in the end, what Russia does, I'm not implicated in that. What Ukraine does, I'm not implicated in that. I'm not Russian or Ukrainian. I'm an American who grew up really believing in my country. I'm supporting my country through my tax dollars. And it's like, I really care about what the U.S. government does because they're doing it in my name. And I care a lot because I'm American. And we're the impediment to peace, which is another way of saying we're responsible for all these innocent people getting dragooned out of public parks in Kiev and sent to go die. Like, what? That is not good. I'm ashamed of it.
What do you think of Putin saying that justification for continuing the war is denazification?
I thought it was one of the dumbest things I'd ever heard. I didn't even understand what it meant. Denazification?
It literally means what it sounds like.
You know, I mean, I have a lot of thoughts on this. I hate that whole conversation because it's not real. It's just ad hominem. It's a way of associating someone with an evil regime that doesn't exist anymore. But in point of fact, Nazism, whatever it was, is inseparable from the German nation. It was a nationalist movement in Germany. There were no other Nazis, right? There's no book of Nazism. Like, I want to be a Nazi. What is it? What does it mean to be a Nazi? There's no idea. There's no Mein Kampf. Mein Kampf is not Das Kapital, right? Mein Kampf is like, to the extent I understand it, it's like he's pissed about the Treaty of Versailles. Whatever. I'm very anti-Nazi. I'm merely saying there isn't a Nazi movement in 2024. It's a way of calling people evil. Okay, Putin doesn't like nationalist Ukrainians. Putin hates nationalism in general, which is interesting. And of course he does. He's got 80 whatever republics, and he's afraid of nationalist movements. He fought a war in Chechnya over this. So I understand it, but I have a different, I'm for national, I'm for American nationalism. So like, I disagree with Putin on that. But calling them Nazis, it's like, I thought it was childish.
Well, I do believe that he believes it.
So that's so interesting. I agree with that. Because I was listening to this because in the United States, everyone's always calling everyone else a Nazi. You're a Nazi. Okay. But I was listening to this and I was like, this is the dumbest sort of not convincing line you could take. And I sat there and listened to him talk about Nazis for like 8 minutes. And I'm like, I think he believes this.
Yeah. And I actually, having had a bunch of conversations with people who are living in Russia, they also believe it. Now, there's technicalities here, which the word Nazi, World War II is deeply in the blood of a lot of Russians and Ukrainians.
I get it.
So you're using it as almost a political term. Yes. The way it's used in the United States also, like racism and all this kind of stuff. Because you can really touch people if you use the Nazi.
I think that's totally right.
But it's also, to me, a really like disgusting thing to do.
I agree.
Because, and also to clarify, there is neo-Nazi movements in Ukraine, but just very small. You're saying that there's this distinction between Nazi and neo-Nazi. Sure. But it's a small percentage of the population, a tiny percentage. They have no power in government. I have seen no data to show they have any influence on Zelensky and the Zelensky government at all. So really, when Putin says denazification, I think he means nationalist movements.
I think you're right, and I agree with everything you said. And I do think that the Second World War, occupies a place in Slavic society, Polish society, Central and Eastern Europe, that it does not occupy in the United States. And you can just look at the death totals, tens of millions versus less than 500,000. So it's like this eliminated a lot of the male population of these countries. So of course it's still resonant in those countries. I get it. I think I've watched the misuse of words, the weaponization of words for political reasons for so long that I just don't like, and though I do engage in it sometime, and I'm sorry, I don't like just dismissing people in a word. Oh, he's a Nazi, he's a liberal or whatever. It's like, tell me what you mean. What don't you like about what they're doing or saying? And And Nazi especially, it's, I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
What troubled me about that is because he said that that's the primary objective currently for the war. And that, because it's not grounded in reality, it makes it difficult to then negotiate peace. Because, like, what does it mean to get rid of the Nazis in Ukraine? So, like, he'll come to the table and say, well, okay, I will agree to do ceasefire once the Nazis are gone. Okay, so can you list the Nazis?
Totally agree. Plus, can you negotiate with a Nazi?
Right, exactly.
I totally agree with you.
It was very strange, but maybe it was perhaps had to do with speaking to his own population, and also probably trying to avoid the use of the word NATO as the justification for the war.
Yes, that's all. Of course, I don't know, but I suspect you're right on both counts. But I would say it points to something that I've thought more and more since I did that interview, which was like 2 weeks ago, I guess. I didn't think he was, like, as a PR guy, not very good. Like, not good at telling his own story. You know, the story of the current war in Ukraine is the eastward expansion of NATO and scaring the shit out of the Russians with NATO expansion, which is totally unnecessary, doesn't help the United States. NATO itself doesn't help the United States. And so I'm not pro-Russian for saying that. I'm pro-American for saying that. And I think that's a really compelling story because it's true. He did not tell that story. He told some other story that I didn't fully understand. Again, I'm not Russian. He's speaking to multiple audiences around the world. I'm not sure what he hoped to achieve by that interview. I will never know. But I did think that, like, this guy is not good at telling his story. And I also think, honestly, on the basis of a lot, I mean, I know this, very isolated during COVID. Very. We keep hearing that he's dying of this or that disease. He's got ALS. I mean, I don't know. I'm not his doctor. There's a ton of lying about it. I know that. But one thing that's not a lie is that he was cloistered away during COVID. I know this. And only dealing with 2 or 3 people. And that makes you weird. It's so important to deal with a lot of people, to have your views challenged. And you see this with leaders who stay in power too long. He's been in power 24 years, effectively. He's done it. You know, there's been upsides, I think, for Russia, the Russian economy, Russian life expectancy, but there are definitely downsides. And one of them is you get weird and you get autocratic. You know, like, this is why we have term limits. Very few kings don't get crazy in old age.
Yeah, and you said some of this also in your post-Kremlin discussion while you're in Moscow still, which was very impressive to me, that you can just openly criticize. This is great.
Well, I don't care.
I understand this. I just wish you did some more of that also with the supermarket video, and perhaps some more of that with Putin in front of you. But
Putin in front of me,
I understand.
Like, I'm such a good person.
I know you see it as virtue signaling.
Yeah, it is. Have you seen some of the interview he did with some NBC News child?
Yes, I understand. Oh. So I think you're just so annoyed by how bad journalists are that you just didn't want to be them.
Yeah, that's probably right, and actually.
Some great conversations will involve some challenging, like you were confused about denazification.
Well, first of all, I accept your criticism, and I accept it as true that in some way I'm probably pivoting against what I dislike. And I have such contempt for American journalists on the basis of so much knowledge that I probably was like, I don't want to be like that. Fair. That is a kind of defensiveness and dumb. So you're right. As for the Nazi thing, I was like, I really felt like we were just speaking so far past each other that we would never, like, come to, I was like, I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. And and especially when I decided or concluded that he really meant it, I was like, that's just too freaking weird to me. It's almost like, yeah, I can think of many other examples where you're interviewing someone and they'll say something that's like, I was interviewing a guy one time and he started talking about the Black Israelites and we're the real Jews. And I was like, you know, and it wasn't on camera, but I was like, it was so far out to me that I was like, we'll never kind of understand common terms on that.
So you mentioned there's a bunch of conspiracy theories about Putin's health. How was he in person? Like, what did he feel like? Did he look healthy?
You know, I'm not a health person myself. So, I mean, I can easily gain 30 pounds and not know it. So, like, I'm probably not a great person to ask. But no, he seemed fine. He seemed, he had his arm hooked through a chair. And I heard people say, well, he's got Parkinson's, and Parkinson's can be controlled, I know, for periods with drugs. So it's hard to assess. I'm just not, one of the tells of Parkinson's is gait, how a person walks, I think. And his walking seemed fine. I walked around with him and talked to him off camera. He's had some work done for sure. He's 71
Plastics,
or
you
two.
mean like visual purposes?
Yeah, I'm 54. He's like almost 20 years older than me. He looked younger than me.
What was that like? The conversation off camera, like you walking around with him. What was the content of the conversation?
I mean, I can't. I feel bad even with Putin or anybody like talking about stuff that is off the record. But I'll just say that when I said that he didn't want to fight with NATO or with the U.S. State Department or with Joe Biden because he wants a settlement, that's a very informed, perspective. He doesn't. Say whatever you want about that, believe it or not, but that is true. So
he's open for peace. For peace negotiations.
Look, Russia tried to join NATO in 2000. That's a fact. Okay, they tried to join NATO. So just think about this. NATO exists to keep Russia contained.
Mm-hmm.
It exists as a bulwark against Russian territorial expansion. And whether or not Russia has any territorial ambitions is another question. Like, why would it? It's the largest landmass in the world, whatever. But that's why it exists. So if Russia seeks to join NATO, it is by definition a sign that NATO's job is done here. We can declare victory and go home. The fact that they turned him down is like so shocking to me, but it's true. Then he approaches the next president, George W. Bush. That was with Bill Clinton at the end of his term in 2000. He approaches the next president and said, in our next missile deal, let's align on this, and we'll designate Iran as our common enemy. Iran, which is now, effectively in league with Russia, thanks to our insane policies. But, and George W. Bush, to his credit, is like, well, that seems like kind of an innovative, good idea. And Condi Rice, who's like one of the stupidest people ever to hold power in the United States, if I can say, who's like monomaniacally anti-Russia because she had an advisor at Stanford who was, or something, during the Cold War. No, we can't do that. And Bush is just weak. And so he agreed. It's like, what? That is crazy. If you're fighting with someone and the person says, you know what, actually our interests align, and you've spent 80% of your mental disk space on hating me and opposing me or whatever, but actually we can be on the same team. If you don't at least see that as progress, like what? Why would you, if your interest is in helping your country, what's the counter argument? I don't even understand it. And no one has even addressed any of this. The war of Russian aggression. Yeah, it was a war of Russian aggression for sure. But how did we get there? We got there because Joe Biden and Tony Blinken dispatched Kamala Harris, who does not freelance this stuff, okay? Fair to say, to the Munich Security Conference 2 years ago this month, February 2022, and said in a press conference to Zelensky, poor Zelensky, we want you to join NATO. This was not in a backroom thing. This was in public at a press conference. Knowing, because he said it like 4,000 times, we don't want nuclear weapons from the United States or NATO on our western border. Duh. And days later, he invaded. So, like, what is that? And if you even, I raised that question in my previous job, and I was denounced as, and of course, a traitor or something. But okay, great, I'm a traitor. What's the answer? What's the answer? These are not into, Toria Nuland, who I know, not dumb, hasn't helped the U.S. in any way, an architect of the Iraq War, architect of this disaster, one of the people who destroyed the U.S. dollar. Okay, fine. But she's not stupid. So, like, you're trying to get a war by acting that way. What's the other explanation? By the way, NATO didn't want Ukraine because it didn't meet the criteria. So, for admission. So why would you say that? Because you want a war. That's why. And that war has enriched a lot of people to the tune of billions. So I don't care if I sound like some kind of left-wing conspiracy nut, because I'm neither left-wing nor a conspiracy nut. Tell me how I'm wrong.
Who do you think is behind it? If you were to analyze, like, zoom out looking at the entirety of human history, the military-industrial complex. You said Kamala Harris. Is it individuals? Is it like this collective flock that people are just pro-war as a collective?
It's the hive mind. It's and I, spent my whole life in DC from 85 to 2020, so 35 years. And again, I grew up around it in that world. And I do think that conspiracies, of course, there are conspiracies, but in general, the hive mind is responsible for the worst decisions. It's a bunch of people with the same views, totally, views that have not been updated in decades. Putin said something that I thought was absolutely true. I don't know how he would know this, but it is true because I lived among them. So the Soviet Union dissolves in August of 91 on my honeymoon in Bermuda. I'll never forget it. And it was a big thing, If you lived in D.C., I mean, the receptionist in my office in 1991 was getting a master's in Russian from Georgetown. He was going to be a Sovietologist. And he was among, thousands of people in Washington on that same track. And so the Soviet Union collapses. Well, so does the rationale for a good portion of the U.S. government has been dedicated for over 40 years to opposing this thing that no longer exists. So there's a lot of forward momentum. There's a huge amount of money, the bulk of the money in the richest country in the world, aimed in this direction. And it's very hard for people to readjust, to reassess. And you see this in life all the time. I love my wife. All of a sudden she ran off with my best friend. Holy shit, I didn't expect that this morning. Now it's a reality. Like, how do I deal with that? Well, I got stage 4 cancer diagnosis. Okay. And it's all bad, but I'm just saying, that's the nature of life. Things that you did not anticipate, never thought you'd have to face, happen out of nowhere. And you have to adjust your expectations and your goals. And people have a hard time with that, very hard time with that. So that's a lot of it. People, if you're Condi Rice, sort of like highly ambitious midwit who gets this degree from Stanford, and you read Tolstoy in the original, sure you did. And you spent your whole life thinking that Russia is the center of evil in the world. It's kind of hard to be like, well, actually, there's a new threat and it's coming from farther east. It's primarily an economic threat. And maybe all the threats aren't reduced to tank battles. That's the other thing, is these people are so inelastic in their thinking, so lacking imagination and flexibility, that they can't sort of imagine a new framework. And the new framework is not that you're going to go to war with China over Formosa, Taiwan. No, the framework is that all of a sudden all the infrastructure in Tijuana is going to be built by China. And that's a different kind of threat. But they can't kind of get there because they're not that impressive.
So you've mentioned this. It's not just the Cold War, it's World War II that populates most of their thinking in Washington. You mentioned Churchill, Chamberlain, and Hitler, and they kind of seeing the World War II as the kind of the good war and the successful role the United States played in that war. They're kind of seeing that dynamic, that geopolitical dynamic, and applying it everywhere else still.
Yeah, it's a template for everything. And I think it's of huge significance to the development of the West, to the civilization we live in now, to world history. It was a world war. And so I think it's worth knowing a lot about and being honest about and all the rest. But it's hardly the sum total of human history. Yeah. It's a snapshot. And so you keep hearing people refer to not even the war. No one ever talks about the war. How much does Tony Blinken know about the Battle of Stalingrad? Probably zero. Doesn't know anything. Largest battle in human history. But I bet he knows nothing. But he knows a lot about the cliches surrounding the 38 to 40 period, 1938 to 1940. And everything is kind of expressed through that formula. And not everything is that formula. That's all I'm saying. And the Republicans have a strange weakness for it, particularly the closeted ones, the weird ones who were have no life other than starting more wars. Everything to them, the most vulnerable, I would say, among them, emotionally, psychologically vulnerable, the dumbest, they will always say the same thing. And it appeals to Republican voters, unfortunately, that every problem is the result of weakness. Everyone's Chamberlain. Germany never would have gone into Poland and Czechoslovakia if England had been stronger. That's the argument. Is that true? I don't know, actually. Maybe. It might be totally true. It might not be true at all. I really don't know. But not everything is that. That's not always true. If I go up to you in a bar and I say, I hate your necktie, I'm being pretty aggressive with you, pretty strong. You might beat the shit out of me, actually, or shoot me if I do that. Like, an aggressive posture doesn't always get you the outcome that you want. Sometimes it requires a more sophisticated Mediterranean posture. I mean, it kind of depends. It's a time and place thing. And they don't acknowledge that. It's like everything is this same template. And that's not the road to good decision-making at all.
Since we're on the time period, let me ask you a kind of almost cliche question, but it applies to you, which you've interviewed a lot of world leaders.
Yep.
If you had the chance to interview Hitler in 39, 40, 41, first of all, would you do it and how would you do it? I assume you would do it given who you are.
Man, it would be a massive cost for doing it. It may destroy my life to interview Putin, though I can tell you as much as I want that I'm not a Putin defender. I only care about the United States. That's 100% true. Anyone who knows me will tell you it's true. I keep saying it. But history may record me, to the extent it records me at all, as a tool of Putin, a hater of America. That seems absurd to me, but absurd things happen. What would I ask Hitler? I don't even know. I guess that I would probably ask him what I asked Putin, which is what I ask everybody, like, what's your motive? Why did you do, if he'd already gone into Poland, like, why are you doing that? What's your goal? And then, the question is he going to answer honestly? I don't know. You can't make someone answer a question honestly. You can only sort of shut up while they talk and then let people decide what they think of the answer.
Well, just like in the bar fight, there's different ways.
There are different ways. That's exactly right. Man, is that true? That is absolutely right.
I mean, your energy with Putin, for example, was such that it felt like he could trust you. I felt like he could tell you a lot. I just wanted to get it on the record.
Yes. That's all I wanted,
I think it was extremely, we have to acknowledge how important that interview was for the record and for opening the door for conversation. Like, opening the door to conversation literally is the path to, more conversations and peace talks.
Well, I would flip it around and say anyone who seeks to shut that down by focusing on a supermarket video of 4 minutes versus a 2-hour and 15-minute long interview with a world leader, anyone who doesn't want more conversation, who wants fewer facts, fewer perspectives, is totalitarian. Probably doesn't have good intent. I can honestly say, for all my many manifold faults, I've never tried to make people shut up. It's not in me. I don't believe in that.
So Putin's folks have shown interest for quite a while to speaking with me. So you've spoken with him. What advice would you give?
Oh, do it immediately. How's your Russian, by the way? Have you kept up with it?
Yeah, fluent. So it would most likely be in Russian.
Oh.
So that's the other thing is, I do have a question about language barrier.
Oh.
Did you feel it was annoying?
It's horrible.
Yeah.
It's horrible. I don't have much of a technique as an interviewer other than listen really carefully. Yeah. That's my only skill. I don't have the best questions. I certainly don't have the best questions. All I do that I'm proud of and that I think works is I just listen super carefully. I never let a word go by that I'm not paying attention. It exhausts me, actually. But you can't do that in a foreign language because there's a delay. Here I'm just whining, but it's real.
Well, it's not whining. Can you actually describe the technical details of that? Are you hearing concurrently, at the same time?
Yes, but there's a massive lag. So what's happening is, the translators, we were, of course, extremely uptight about the logistical details. So we brought our own cameraman, who I've been around the world with, who worked at Fox, came with me now. Amazing. And he did, it was our cameras, lighting, everything. We had full control of that, and we had control of the tape. The Russians also had their own cameras, and I don't know what they did with it. But we had full control of that, and we brought our own translator. We got our own translator because I don't trust anyone, right? So I think we had a good translator. We had 2 of them, actually, because they get exhausted. But the problem is, from my perspective, as someone who's like trying to think of a follow up and listen to the answer, Putin will talk, and you can, in part of your ear, hear, the Slavic sounds, and then over that is a guy with a Slavic accent speaking English. And then you can hear Putin stop talking, and then this guy's answer goes on for another 15, 20 seconds. So it's super disconcerting, and it's really hard. And the other thing is, it doesn't matter how good your translators are. I'm interested in language. I speak only English fluently. But I'm really interested in language, and I know, and I work in language. It doesn't matter how good your translator is. In literature and in conversation, you miss so much if the language is moving for you. I mean, you see this in Bible study, you see it in Dostoevsky, you see it everywhere. If you don't speak, Aramaic, Hebrew, Russian, you're not really getting. I mean, even in romance languages, like I like Balzac. Okay, who's obviously wrote in French. You read Père Goriot, it's an amazing novel, hilarious, and it's like you're not really getting it. And it's not that French and English are not that far apart. Russian, like what?
Plus conversation. So the chemistry of conversation, the humor, the wit, the play with words, all this.
Exactly. And my understanding of Russian, as a lover of Russian literature and English, is that it's not a simple language at all. The grammar's complex. There's a lot that's expressed that will be lost in the translation. So yes, I mean, the fact that you speak native Russian, I mean, I would run, not walk to that interview, because I think it would just be amazing. You would get so much more out of it than I did.
And we should say that you've met a lot of world leaders. Both Zelensky and Putin are intelligent, witty, even funny.
Yes.
So like there's a depth to the person that can be explored through a conversation just on that element, the
For sure.
linguistic
And
element.
Putin speaks decent English. I spoke to him in English, so I know that. But he's not comfortable with it at all. But Zelensky is, I think.
No, he is. Well, he's better than Putin at English, but he's still the humor, the wit, like the intelligence, all of that is not quite there in English. He says simple points, but the guy's a comedian, and he's a comedian primarily in Russian, the Russian language. So the Ukrainian language is now used mostly, primarily as a kind of symbol.
I'm aware of that. It's a political
independence.
decision. No, I know.
And he is. His native language is Russian language.
Of course, as a lot of people in
But
Ukraine.
you can also understand his position that he might not want to be speaking Russian publicly. That's something
I don't think they're allowed to speak in Russian in some places in Ukraine, right? That's one of the reasons that Russia was so mad, is that they were attacking language, and that's a fair complaint. Like, what? And by the way, if you haven't been to Moscow in a while, you should see it, and you will pick up a million things that were invisible to me. And you should assess it for yourself. And my strong advice would be, even if you don't interview Putin, go over there, spend a week there, and assess what you think. I mean, how restricted does the society feel? I mean, it would take a lot of balls to do this, because whatever you decide, you will be sucked into conversations that have nothing to do with you, political conversations.
Yeah.
You're obviously not a political activist, right? You're an interviewer, but I think it would be so interesting.
But for an interview itself, is there advice you have about how to carry an interview? It is fundamentally different when you do it in the native language, but
yes, I mean, I think, I approached and maybe I did it incorrectly, but this was the product of a lot of thought. I was coming into that interview aware that he hadn't given an interview at all with anybody since the war started. So I had a million different questions. And as noted, I didn't ask them because I just wanted to focus on the war. But, there's so many. I'll send you my notes that I wrote. I was like a diligent little girl.
That would be amazing. But I think
my interview, all these questions, and some of them I thought were pretty funny.
In your case, I think the very fact of the interview was the most important.
Yeah, that's probably right. I did have the question that I really wanted to ask, that I was almost going to ask because it made me laugh out loud. I was drinking coffee beforehand with my producers, and I was like, I'm going to go in there. My first question is going to be, Mr. President, I've been here in the Kremlin for 2 days preparing, and I haven't seen a single African American in a position of power in the Kremlin.
Sure.
I thought that's too
Yeah.
culturally specific and dry, and he'd be like, "This guy's freaking crazy."
Yeah. You don't want to open with a crazy.
No, I know.
With humor.
I know.
All right.
That's probably doesn't translate.
It doesn't. Oh yeah, and there'll be a small delay where you have to wait for the joke to see if it lands or
This
not.
is not America.
At Fox, you were for a time the most popular host. After Fox, you've garnered a huge amount of attention as well. Same, probably more. Do you worry that popularity and just that attention gets to your head? Is a kind of drug that clouds your thinking?
You think? I live in a spiritual graveyard of people killed by the quest for fame. Yes, I have lived in it. I mean, I would say the two advantages I have, and one I have a happy family and a stable group of friends, which is just the greatest blessing, and a strong love of nature and that my family shares. So, where I'm in nature every day, and I have a whole series of rituals designed to keep me from becoming the asshole that I could easily become. And, but no, of course. I mean, that's what and I don't want to beat up on, I'm grateful to Elon who, gave me a platform and I mean that sincerely, but I definitely don't spend a lot of time on social media or on the internet for that exact reason. Well, first of all, I think it's, as I've said, a much more controlled environment than we acknowledge. And I don't want lies in my head. But I also don't want to become the sort of person who's seeking the adulation of strangers. I think that's soul poison. And I said earlier that I think that the desire for power and money will kill you. And I believe that, and I've seen it a lot. But I also think the desire for the love of people you don't know is every bit as poisonous, maybe more so. And so, yes. And it's not just because I've, obviously spent most of my life in public. And in fact, I don't spend my life in public. I'm a completely private person, but professionally, I've spent my life in public. It's not just that. It's like social media makes everybody into a cable news host. And we were talking off the air. I'm obsessed with this. I don't know enough about it, but here's what I do know. South Korea, amazing country, great people. I grew up around Koreans. Probably no group, if I can generalize about a group, that I like more than Koreans. They're just smart, funny, honest, brave. I really like Koreans. I always have my whole life growing up in Southern California with Koreans. South Korea is like dying. It's literally dying. It's way below replacement rate in fertility. Its suicide rate is astronomical. Why is that? It's a rich country. Well, of course, I don't know the answer, but I suspect it has something to do with the penetration of technology into South Korean society. Is I think one of the highest, certainly one of the highest in the world. People live online there. And there was a belief for a bunch of reasons in South Korea that Western technology would be a liberating progressive force. And I think it's been the opposite. That's my sense, strong sense. And I think it's true in this country too. I don't understand how people can ignore the decline in life expectancy or the rise in fentanyl use. Like, it's not just about China shipping precursor chemicals to Mexico. It's like, why would you take that shit?
I hope those two things aren't coupled. Technological advancement and the erosion.
Well, let me ask you, and I know you're a technologist, and I respect it, and there's a lot about technology that I like and have benefited from. I had back surgery and it worked, okay? So I'm not against all technology. But can you name a big technology in the last 20 years that we can say conclusively has improved people's lives?
Well, conclusive is a tough thing.
Pretty conclusively.
I think
that we can brag about.
I think, well, you've criticized Google search recently, but I think making the world knowledge accessible to anyone, anywhere across the world through Google search.
Well, I love that. I love that idea. Are people better informed? Or are they more superstitious and misled than they were 20 years ago?
I think
it's not close.
No, I don't know. I think they are more informed. It's just revealing the ignorance. The internet has revealed the ignorance that people have, but I think the ignorance has been decreasing gradually. And like if you look, even you can criticize places like Wikipedia a lot, and very many aspects of Wikipedia are very biased. But most of it are actually topics that don't have any bias in them because they're not political or so on. There's no battle over those topics.
Right.
And most of Wikipedia,
I think that's true.
It's like the fastest way to learn about a thing.
I couldn't agree more. You can very quickly imagine you're an expert, and that may be the problem. I think no, it's true. I just experienced it in Moscow. It's like, again, I feel like I'm in the top 1% for information, certainly intake because it's my job. And I had literally, and plus, and I'm always out of the country. I've been around the world many times. Like I feel like I know a lot about the rest of the world, or I thought I did. And how did I not know any of that? And maybe I'm just like unusually ignorant or something, or reading the wrong things. I don't know what it was, but all I know is the digital information sources that I use to understand just something as simple as what's the city of Moscow like were completely inadequate. And anyway, look, I just am worried that we're missing the obvious signs. And the obvious signs are reproduction, life expectancy, sobriety. If you have a society where people just can't deal with being sober, don't want to have children, and are dying younger, you have an extremely sick, you have a suicidal society, okay? And I'm not even blaming anyone for it. I'm just saying objectively that is true. And the measure of a health of your society is the number of children that you have and how well they do. It's super simple. That's the next generation. We all die. And what replaces us? And if you don't care, then you're suicidal, and maybe other things too. But that's all I'm saying. So what happened to South Korea? Like, why can't anyone answer the question? They're great people. They're rich. They have all these advantages. They're on the cutting edge of every American. For a foreign country, they're more American than maybe any other country other than Canada. And like, what happened?
And I mean, your fundamental worry is the same kind of thing might be happening or will happen in the United States.
Well, let me just ask you this. I think North Korea seems like the most dystopian, horrible place in the world, right? Obviously. It's a byword for dystopia, right? North Korean. I use it all the time, and I mean it. If in 100 years there are more North Koreans still alive than there are South Koreans, what does that tell us?
Yeah, that's something to worry about, but also...
But like, how did it happen? Like, why? I'm interested in the why. This is a question I asked Putin. You know, sometimes we don't know why, but why does no one ask why?
I've seen a lot of increased distrust in science, which is deserved in many places. It just worries me because some of the greatest inventions of humanity come from science and technological innovation.
Okay, then let me ask you a couple questions, and perhaps you have the answer. And I've always assumed that was true, and I should say that when I was a kid, I lived in La Jolla, California, next to the Salk Institute, named after Jonas Salk, a resident of La Jolla, California, who created the polio vaccine and saved untold millions. And so my belief, which is still my belief, actually, that's a great thing. It's one of the great additions to human flourishing ever. But if technology is so great, why is life expectancy going down, and why are fewer people having kids, and why would anybody who has internet access ever use fentanyl? Like, what is that? What is going on? And until we can answer that question, I think we have to assume the question of whether technology is a net good or a net bad is unresolved, like at best, right?
At best, perhaps, but technology is the very tool which will allow us to have that kind of discourse to figure out, to do science better.
I mean, I want that to be true. And when you said that the internet allows people to escape the darkness of ignorance, man, that resonated with me because I felt that way in 1993, 4 when it was first starting and I first got on it. And I thought, man, this is amazing. You can talk for free to anyone around the world. This is going to be great. But let me just ask you this. This is something I've never gotten over or gotten a straight answer to. Why is it that in any European city, the greatest buildings, indisputably, were built before electricity and the machine age? Why has no one ever built a medieval cathedral in the modern era, ever?
Well,
what is that?
Indisputably, you have a presumption we have a good definition of what beauty is. There's a lot of people...
Right, let's be specific. Pick a European city or any city in the world and tell me that there's a prettier building than, say, Notre Dame before it was set fire to.
There's other sources of prettiness and beauty.
Purely in architecture. Of course. Right. Trees are prettier than any building, in my opinion. So
right.
I agree with you there.
But also there could be, I grew up in the pre-internet age.
Good.
But if you grew up in the internet age, I think your eyes would be more open to beauty that's digital, that is in a digital world.
I'm not discounting the possibility of digital beauty at all. And the Ted Kaczynski in me wants to, but that's too close-minded. I agree. I'm completely willing to believe there is such a thing as digital beauty. I mean, I have digital pictures on my phone of my dogs and kids, so I know that there is. But purely in the realm of architecture, because it's like limited and it is, one of the pure expressions of human creativity. We need places to live and work and worship and eat. And so we build buildings, and every civilization has. But the machine age, the industrial age, seemed to have decreased the quality and the beauty in that one expression of human creativity, architecture. And why is that?
Well, I could also argue that, I'm a big sucker for bridges, and modern bridges can give older bridges a run for their money. But
I like bridges too. So I agree with you sort of, but like the Brooklyn Bridge, I don't know that there's any modern bridges, that was built in late 19th century. Yeah. Very much in the industrial age. But I'm just saying, like the great cathedrals of Europe, even the pyramids, whoever built them, it seems like it's like super obvious. I'm dealing on the autism level here. Well, why is that? But that's a good way to start. If all of a sudden you have electricity and hydraulics and you have access to, I have machines in my wood shop at home that are so much more advanced than anything that any cathedral builder in 15th century Europe had. And yet there's neither I nor anyone I know could even begin to understand how a flying buttress was built, right? And so what is that?
And the other question is also consider that whatever is creating this technology is unstoppable.
Well, there's that.
And the question is like, how do you steer it then? You have to look in a realist way at the world and say that if you don't, somebody else will. And you want to do it in a safe way. This is the Manhattan Project.
Was the Manhattan Project a good idea to create nuclear weapons? That's an easy call. No.
For me, it's an easy call in retrospect. In retrospect, yes, because it seems like it stopped world wars. So the mutually assured destruction seems to have ended wars, ended major military
conflicts. It's been, 80 years, not even 80 years, 79. And so we haven't had a world war in 79 years, but one nuclear exchange would, of course, kill more people than all wars in human history combined. So
you saying 79 makes it sound like you're counting.
I am counting because I think obviously it's like completely demonic and everyone pretends like it's great. Nuclear weapons are evil.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
The use of them is evil. The technology itself is evil. And in my opinion, it's like, if you can't, that's just so obvious. And that's what I'm saying is like, I'm not against all technology. I took a shower this morning. It was powered by an electric pump, heated by a water heater. Like, I loved it. I sat in an electric sauna. I'm not against all technology, obviously. But the mindless worship of technology?
Sure. Mindless worship of anything is pretty bad.
But I'm just saying, so you said, let's approach this from a realist perspective. Okay, let's. If we think that there is a reasonable or even a potential chance, it could happen, maybe on the margins, let's assign it a 15% chance, that AI, for example, gets away from us and we are now ruled by machines that may actually hate us. Who knows what they want? Why wouldn't we use force to stop that from happening? So you're walking down the street in Midtown Manhattan. It's midnight. You've had a few drinks. You're coming from dinner. You're walking back to your apartment. A guy, a very thuggish looking guy, young man, approaches you. He's 50 feet away. He pulls out a handgun. He lifts it up to you. You also are armed. Do you shoot him or do you wait to get shot? Because all the data, look, he hasn't shot you. He's not committed a crime other than carrying a weapon in New York City, but maybe he's got a license. You don't know. Could be legal. But he's pointing a gun at you. Is it fair to kill him before he kills you, even though you can't prove that he will kill you?
If I knew my my skills with a gun, because he already has
right, but it turns out that you have some confidence in your ability to stop the threat by force. Are you justified in doing that?
I just like this picture. Am I wearing a cowboy hat? No.
No, but you are wearing cowboy boots and they're clicking on the cobblestones. Actually, you're in meat packing.
Okay, great. I like this picture. I'm just, I think about this a lot, actually. No. I understand your point. But also, I think that metaphor falls apart if there's if there's other nations at play here. So if the same as with the nuclear bomb, if U.S. doesn't build it, will other nations build it? The Soviet Union build it, China or Nazi Germany?
We've faced this. I mean, we faced this, and the last president to try and keep, in a meaningful way, nuclear proliferation under control was John F. Kennedy, and look what happened to him. But
what's your suggestion? Like, is it
but hold on, no,
inevitable?
Their position in 1962 was no, it's absolutely not inevitable, or perhaps it's inevitable in the sense that our death is inevitable, but as human beings, but we fight against the dying of the light anyway because that's the right thing to do. No, we were willing to use force to prevent other countries from getting the bomb because we thought that would be really terrible, because we acknowledged that while there were upsides to nuclear weapons, just like there are upsides to AI, the downside was terrifying in the hands of... I mean, that's the thing that I kind of don't get. It's like the applications of that technology in the hands of people who mean to do harm and destroy. It's like so obviously terrifying.
It's not so obvious to me. What I'm terrified about is probably a similar thing that you're terrified about, is using that technology to manipulate people's minds. That's much more reasonable to me as an expectation.
Yeah.
A real threat that's possible in the next few years.
But what matters more than that?
Well, I think that could lead to like destruction of human civilization through other humans, for example, starting nuclear wars.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is one of the reasons I wasn't afraid in the Vladimir Putin interview, because it's like, it's all ending anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well...
Might as well dance on the deck of the Titanic. Don't be a pussy. Enjoy it.
I think we will forever fight against the dying of the light as the entirety of the civilization.
Someone the other day said that Biden ascribed that to Churchill. That was a Churchill quote. That's kind of what I'm saying. It's like, if you live in a society where people don't read anymore, like, people are by definition much more ignorant, and you like, but they don't know it. It's like, I do think the Wikipedia culture, and I think there are cool things about Wikipedia. Certainly its ease of use is like high, and that's great. But people get the sense that like, oh, I know a lot about, this or that or the other thing. And it's like, the key to wisdom, again, the key to wise decision-making is knowing what you don't know. And it's just so important to be reminded of what a dummy you are and how ignorant you are all the time.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I like having daughters. It's like, it's never far from mind how flawed I am. And that's important.
Yeah, I, in the same way, hope to be a dad one day.
You should have a ton of kids. Are you going to have a ton of pups?
5. Oh, pup? What, you mean like
Children?
kids? Yes. 5. But also I've been thinking of getting a dog. But unrelated, I would love to have like 5 or 6 kids. Yeah, for sure.
Have you found a victim yet?
You make it sound so romantic, Tucker.
Joking. I love it. No, you should totally do that.
Yeah, 100%. But also, in terms of being humble, I do jiu-jitsu. It's a martial art where you get your ass kicked all the time.
I love that.
It's nice to get your ass kicked. Physical humbling is unlike anything else, I think, because we're kind of monkeys at heart, and just getting your ass kicked just really helpful.
Agree. I've had it happen to me twice. And
twice is enough.
It got me to quit drinking. I was good at starting fights, not good at winning them. But no, I completely agree with that.
Let me ask you, you've been pretty close with Donald Trump. Your private texts about him around the 2020 election were made public. In one of them, you said you passionately hate Trump. When that came out, you said that you actually know you love him. So how do you explain the difference?
My texts reflect a lot of things, including how I feel at the moment that I sent them. That specific text I happen to know, since I had to go through it forensically during my deposition in a case I was not named in. I had nothing to do with whatsoever. It's crazy how civil suits can be used to hurt people you disagree with politically. But I was mad at a very specific person. I mean, really what that, you're asking me, I'll tell you exactly what that was. It was the second the election ended and they stopped the vote counting on election night. I was like, well, and it's all now mail-in ballots, electronic voting machines. I was like, that's a rigged election. I thought that then, I think it now. Well, now it's obvious that it was. But at the time I was like, I feel like that was like crazy what just happened. But I don't want to go on TV and say that's a rigged election because I don't have any evidence it was a rigged election. You can't do that. It's irresponsible and it's wrong. So I was like, the Trump campaign was making all these claims about, this or that fraud. So I was trying my best to substantiate them, to follow up on it. Everyone else is like, shut up, Trump, you lost, go away. We're going to indict you. But I felt like my job was to be like, no, he's president. He's claiming the election just got stolen and he's making these claims. Let's see if we can. Well, the people around him were like so incompetent. It was just absolutely crazy. And I called a couple of times. I finally gave up, but I'd call and be like, all right, you guys claim that these inconsistencies and this, whatever this happened, give me evidence and I'll put it on TV. It's my job to bring stuff that is not going to be aired anywhere else to the public. It was insane how incompetent and unserious.
So they weren't able to provide
well, here's the point of the story and of that text. So then they come out and they say, well, dead people voted. Well, that's just an easy call. Okay. If a dead person voted, we can prove someone's dead because being dead is one of the few things we're good at verifying because you start to smell. Okay. And there's a record of it. It's called a death certificate. So it's like, give me the names of people who are dead who voted.